hello everyone! Welcome back to more Kerbal Space Program. We're a river system and we'll hopefully be getting maybe to orbit today. We'll see. We'll still be starting out with some more sounding rockets. And we did use the time to think about like our plans for what we'll be doing. So yeah, let's hope we can get somewhere with those plans. Sorry, completely forgot the microphone. Jeez. I have no idea if that was audible at all, but if not, hello everyone! Welcome back to more Kerbal Space Program. The first checklist failed today. We even have a streaming checklist with like, put the microphone in front of your face. And we didn't check it. At least not directly before starting the stream. There we go. Now, first we have several things to fix with our rockets, and we'll also be doing some upgrades and everything. So this was only a reminder anyway, so let's grab this one and let's head into the VAB to upgrade our rocket. Now, good, we have some money. That's good because one of the things we'll be doing is upgrading our tanks. So right now we're still using very basic steel tanks, but we actually have some aluminium tanks unlocked. And for comparison, like with the old tanks, we had about 3.3 kilometers per second delta V. Oops, wrong thing. And with the fancy new aluminium tanks, we're at 3.7 kilometers delta V. So that's like 400 meters a second plus, just from a tank upgrade. Which does mean our tooling is outdated, but also retooling it now will not be anywhere near as expensive if we shall choose to do so. So it's now like about like 10 times the cost of a tank. Which is probably valid to still do. And similarly for the service module tank, I mean, that's like 40 flights though, 40. But we'll probably be using these a whole bunch also later for payloads, and if it's not enough we can stack them. So we'll just be tooling all of that at this point. But before we do, I'm quickly gonna check. So the burn time we had a minute 10 seconds, we're at a minute 20. I mean, 10 seconds over is fine. Hey, Morningstar. So yeah, we'll just tool all of that. Now, let me get my list, because I made a list with changes we were planning to do. Yes, avionics. So one of the things we also wanted to add was actual controllable avionics, because the main reason that we didn't add that before was the fact that they're so expensive. But also, if we recover them, so if we have them on our payload section, then the impact is much lower. And if we can get some control, that would just make our life so much easier. So, let's go. Where is our probe core anyway? Also, how is that even all stacked? Now, before we switch over for good, let's just check quickly. So we would do the near-Earth avionics. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we'll just unlock better avionics. And they will be more expensive, but also lighter as a result. I think we were at like 12 tons with our rocket or something. So if we apply that... Now we're at cost 4,700 for this avionics package. How about the start level? Definitely a lot cheaper, like 1,300. How about the mass? We're at 346 kilograms. It's like 80 kilograms more. Honestly, at this point, we don't... With the added performance, I'm not sure we care that much about that performance difference. So let's... There we go. Let's stack up all things and switch our root part to the new avionics core. You can go. Payload section and our sciences. Did we have... Oh, we had the temperature and pressure measurements in there. So let's move those over. And another thing we're gonna do is adding the new experiments we unlocked. Because I'm pretty sure a new technology got finished. Yep. So we have a Geiger-Miller counter, which costs 100. Micrometeorite detection, another 100. Early television camera. I mean, the camera will properly mount on the outside. Things like meteorite detection. I meant radiation. It's like that's fine if that's not exposed to outside anyway. Actually, just to make it a bit prettier, let's put all of you on there. We should probably balance them a little bit. What are the masses? 2.2. You're 5, you're 1. So barometer and thermometer are both 1 kilogram and should be opposite each other. Done. Then micrometeorite and ion mass spectrometer. Also opposite each other. Geiger-Miller counter. Is that 0.5 kilograms? It's just nothing. But you might be alone, so let's put you closer to the center at least. Oh, a magnetometer boom. Expensive. And 15 kilograms. The camera is 5. I think the thermometer was, oh no, 0.1 kilograms. Never mind. We can just move some of the lighter payloads further out. Oh no, the biological sample is also 15 kilograms. We can put you like there, which will help offset it a bunch. Now, improved film camera. You're huge. So I don't think we'll be flying that on this rocket. Also, like, I mean, the mass is actually not that high. It's like 66 kilograms. High opals. But yeah, the size, it's a lot. I mean, we could, in theory, fly it. Let's first just check how our delta V is looking now. No, 3.5. So we lost another 200 meters a second from adding the new experiments already. And we did want to like also... You're 100 kilogram. Wait, you're actually lighter. Hang on. Really? Okay, but you're a different experiment, and specifically that duration requirement is way higher, 2 years. So there's no way this makes sense with just short hops into space and then coming back down again. How much total science is it anyway? Does it even say that? I don't think it does. But yeah, point being, it makes no sense for us to launch this. Good thing we checked again. Here the duration is just 10 minutes, which is why it still makes sense. Okay. Now, what about our avionics core? Can we just make it like smaller? I guess that's the minimum size allowed with its capabilities. It did make it a bit lighter, and we're above 3.6 kilometers a second delta V now, which is good. Now, we don't need 33,000 electric charge. Oh wait, it's way lower now. Okay, 700 something is fine. But we have over 10 tons. We have 12.2, and with that change, more than that. Okay. 12.3 tons avionics, 12.28 tons launch weight. So now we're at 5,000 cost for this. What would the tooling cost? Not much, actually. Only 3,000. What will it make? And it'll make it 10 times cheaper. And like literally, the tooling cost is less than the cost of launching the avionics once. So when we looked at the avionics first and went like, oh no, way too expensive, we should have looked at the tooling as well, because that just makes sense. And now our rocket is only 1,800 funds, at least to build. Another thing we realized while making our plans was that the integration and rollout costs also matter. Like here, they're about 1,000 funds now. So even though with tooling we brought the construction cost down, the rollout and integration costs together are over 50% of the rocket build cost again on top of that. So that's also something to consider. But it's still like we're at like 3,000 funds per launch, and we're getting like 30,000 funds per launch. So we are well in a good range with our budget here. Now, almost forgot. We need to set up all these new experiments in... Oh, see, now we have a magnetometer, which will have to expand to work, probably. At least it looks like one of those models. So we probably don't want to start that when we launch. So we will put this in a separate action group. The rest we can probably keep as usual. Camera. This one is still set up anyway. And this one, cosmic ray science, thermometer. Let's move you down a bit. And micrometeorite, start. Okay, I think it should be all of them. Let's count them. So we have the advanced bio and biocapsules. Then we have the camera, magnetometer, ion, Geiger-Müller, thermometer, micrometeorite, and barometer. So that should be 9 pieces of science. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, that means we missed one, because or did we miss 2 because the probe core has a telemetry analysis, which puts us at 10. Ah yeah, the film camera we forgot. So then we read 11 science things, and we have now 5 in this action group and the magnetometer boom separate, which is exactly what it should be. Now, let's go over our list of changes we wanted to do. New science experiments, check. We switched the tanks to aluminium. Everything's tooled, the fuel, the service tank, the avionics. We added avionics for control. Also, another thing we realized is that we do have a method of precisely adjusting the angle at which we launch, although that's now also... we don't really need that anymore either now that we have manual control. But how do we move this? Our center of mass is probably off now. We should... Now, what do we adjust? You're pretty heavy, but you probably... Wait, it changes nothing? Why does it change nothing? Is it a thing with these smaller parts being physics-less and not actually affecting the center of mass? But then why is our center of mass off a little anyway? That's a bit weird. What if we... Oh yeah, this is not off much at all. Yeah, no point in adjusting the engine. Actually, that just made it a whole lot worse. I mean, I'm a bit worried about like adjusting the parachute or anything on top here, because what it means for affecting the aerodynamics. But we could move that around and then adjust the parachute back after the fact. So now we moved that to the left a bit. Let's move that also a smidge to the left, and then we'll just see how it flies. Maybe horribly, maybe not. We'll see. Now this one will be worth a simulation flight also, because we'll have to now figure out what to do when we want to go sideways. We can maybe set up MacChap to help us with that, or we just establish some rules for eyeballing it. Either way, let's first put it on the pad and let's make a flight straight up just to check everything works at all. Because also launching straight up will be like one of the most important launch profiles for us, just getting sounding payload up there for contracts, or just the basic sounding rocket contracts. So that's important that that works properly. I'm also hoping one of the reasons for the performance upgrade, so with the tank... Why is it clipped into the clamp now? That's... What? Did I mess something up in the VIB? Also, where's... How can I not find it? KCT should be like a big gear to click on. Why can I not find that here? What? I mean, that's not it. That's parts command. Where's KCT? I am so confused right now. Why is it not here? Like, it should be here. We always use it to then also like end simulations and stuff. That's so weird. Did one of the mods that we install like create a conflict or something? How would I? What? I mean, reverting like this should still work, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Let's just hope that it does. Oh, I guess I moved the engine in there instead of just the clamp to try and put it lower. Come on. Engine. I don't remember. I think it was something like this. Yeah, that looks fine-ish with this. Oh god, that looks horrible with the offset. Never mind, we won't do that. Oh dear. Oh dear. Also, let's just check where our decoupler is. Okay. Why is there a gap there? I don't even know. Okay. A lot of funky things going on. But like KCT is here. I don't know why it wasn't there on the flight display. That's weird. Another thing we can also do for contracts that don't require recovery is putting our first sounding rocket on top of this rocket as payload. Although I feel like one of the contracts that we've been looking at now that had the downrange requirement that we avoided doing also had noticeable payload, like biocontainer or something. It's again not here. I don't get it. But we don't absolutely need it, so I guess it's fine. Like, that's real antennas. Yes, we even have roll control as it should be. And yeah, we can steer, that works. But for now we'll just head straight up. So usually if you have, like in the simple case with one engine, you won't get roll control. However, in the A4 engine of the V2 rocket, you have, I think it's 4, you have some like small fins that are put like basically directly after the nozzle into the exhaust stream, and they can then be turned to then either induce roll or pitch and yaw, and that's how the V2 rocket controlled its attitude, which is very interesting because it's also pretty unusual. Like these days, rocket engines have control through gimbaling, so just rotating on several axes. And that's why with those engines you can't get roll control, but only pitch and yaw if you have a single engine. Because for roll, what you need is at least 2 engines that can then rotate basically in opposite directions. That will induce a roll. But if you have a single engine, no matter which direction you gimbal it, you'll either get pitch or yaw, but you can't get a roll that way. But because of the way the A4 works, you can still have also roll control with that single engine. And now we're at 330 apoapsis, 330 kilometers, which is like 50 kilometers more than we had, even with like without much of a payload with the old version. And it's like 80 kilometers more than payload with the other one. So that's a decent improvement. It also flight went perfectly. We had control. Let's just check we don't burn up on re-entry, although I don't expect it. Oh, so we can also now try. So these sciences should be running anyway, but you shouldn't. Now, what if we start you? Start. Yeah, it extends, so we don't want to start that when we launch. Okay, it's 30-day time, so this one also only really makes any sense for orbital launches. We should check the runtimes of all the other sciences too. Like, it just costs money, and also, especially this one, actually had like a bunch of mass, so we can remove those. So what about the camera? That is 20 minutes. We can do that. Like, especially with our higher performance and more time and space. There, we got like several minutes here. About like 5 minutes, so a quarter of the science. So that makes perfect sense. But the magnetometer definitely doesn't. Okay. And that. Oh, do we still have hyperwarp currently selected? Yes, we do. Oh, our center of mass is now off. And it gets a little bit red. But none of the parts get like dangerously hot. So it's still all super fine. Oh, and the parachute mass we forgot to adapt. We still need to do that. Or let's see what our velocity is here. Because making parachute bigger does mean making it heavier. So if we can just not do it. 5 meters should be fine. I mean, it's getting close. The part might only have might only be able to deal with 6 meters a second. So it's definitely getting close, but if it works. So things to fix. Remove experiments that have a long take a long time to complete. Was there even anything else? I can't remember. And I hope we can check in here the time. Yeah, duration 30 days. So you can go, and that's 15 kilograms less. The camera was 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Oh yeah, the advanced biocapsule also had a day runtime. That honestly also doesn't make too much sense to fly. I mean, it does get us some science. But like 30 definitely doesn't make sense. 1 day is fine, I guess. Micrometeorite 91 days. Okay, we can also save ourselves having that on board. Yeah, that's the thing we're not really used to yet, because this is a very new requirement for which experiments to run with Kerbalism. Yeah, Geiger-Müller counter also. Okay. I think that got us like another 10 meters a second LTV or something. Okay, that's that. Did we need to fix anything else? I think the flight was pretty... The range worked fine, we had control and everything. No. Okay, then now let's do a launch to try and get downrange a bunch. Because that's going to be very interesting for contracts. Like, we're nowhere near the one contract for like 3,000 kilometers. Like, we need a whole new launch vehicle for that, especially if you want to keep control for the whole duration of that flight, because it means we can't do the thing we mentioned earlier of just putting our sounding rocket as a payload on top of the current V2 we have. So, but like at least the one, I think was a film camera, basic film camera contract that had the downrange requirement. I'm fully expecting, and I will be disappointed if we can't make that. Now, let's try and guess our trajectory here. Yeah, me too. Actually, it might have been too much. It's gonna cost us some delta V to counteract that again. And so, like, in an idealized world that's like infinitely flat and no atmosphere, then you would want, and if you have an instantaneous impulse at the beginning, then you'd want a perfect 45-degree angle to give you the maximum distance. Now, first, the world isn't flat, which changes that a bit. Second is that we have air drag and an atmosphere, which means that we want to be a bit higher than we otherwise would be. And yep, this is manual control. Very finicky. So we want to go a bit higher to avoid going through too much drag. But right now, like, we have almost 200 kilometers apoapsis, so we're easily in space and we're a bit over 45 degrees. So we should get a lot of downrange out of this. So yeah, that definitely looks pretty damn good. Like, I'm confident enough that we can do the contract with this, that we'll just accept it the next time. So, like, consider the height of this apoapsis, like 200 kilometers, and then our downrange distance is what we are interested in. And you can see, like, it's easily twice that distance. Though, hang on, which reference frame? We're in Earth. Inertial... Hang on. I forget what the specific... what the abbreviations stand for exactly. Earth center fixed Earth. Earth-centered inertial. So Earth is fixed. This should be our, like, ground track here that we're actually interested in. And yeah, like, that should be fine. Okay, so I think we're ready to build this. And then do a bunch more contracts that we maybe couldn't do before. Oh yeah, one thing. How much sounding payload do we have right now? $200. Like, we don't need 200 payload for any contracts at this point, so we can dial that back some. Like, even 140, probably. 128. Did the mass even go down at all by reducing that? Okay, the delta V here changes, so that's fine. So 3626, and now we have 3647, so it's like 20 meters a second extra. Like, I don't remember. Okay, there was a contract that was like way out there that had 300 something requirement, but for the basic ones that we can do, this should be fine. And we don't need separate versions for tilt now or specific directions because early television camera. Yes. 140 days, so not much longer, but a bit longer. And we can now just spam a whole bunch of these. And so another thing we realized when thinking about where to go from here is that we need the research center upgrade to be able to buy the science we need for crewed capsules. Because we do want to at least start like some suborbital crewed launches also at some point in the near future. That means we need 250,000 funds. So here comes the point where we insert an 80s trainings montage and we just grind contracts for money until we get the money. Now, do we have a contract active? Ah, yes, and we wanted to launch one rocket northwestwards for some science and stuff, which is where we left off the last time, where we had that amazing failure on the last flight we said we would do. So let's have our first flight here go northwest to make good on that. And roll out. Yeah, we can fly in this. I think our reliability is now at 95.1% if I remember correctly with the engine. And I think that's reliability for a full duration burn. So since we go slightly over, the chance of failure gets a bit higher towards the last 8 seconds of flight. But overall, the chance of this having like a total failure like in the last flight the last time should be pretty slim. Famous last words. Let's look at our engine. And we need to go northwest. That should be north and that west. The navbar looks a lot busier than the default one, which can be a bit confusing, but let's see how that goes. Maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit more. Almost Mach 1. Hello, clouds. I feel like this is, I think it was a pretty simple contract, so we don't really have to worry about much. Oh no! It wants 150 units, so we actually... Well, then... I mean, that was my mistake. I should have checked the contract properly. So that's just... Wow. And this is why you always check these things. Always check contract requirements. We should get some science at least. I don't know if photography is actually completed. Earth Space Low Forest is done. Interesting. Okay, but we will get some science. But yeah, still feels bad. Guess there was a reason we made a 200 sonic payload. Now, I'm curious how much money we'll get from the recovery from that. Because I think like our build cost is around 1800 now. Our total other costs were 1000. So 2800. Actually less than that because we removed some of the experiments because it didn't make sense flying them. So how much do we get? First 1.7 science. Definitely not the world. 500 back. So we do get like about a fifth of our total launch costs back, which is still something. Now, oh boy. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I should really have checked the checklist. Now, edit you. If I had at least noticed on the pad, I could have reverted and just added it and rolled it back out. There you go. Save. Save edits. It at least doesn't cost us any build time, so that's good. With upgrades? Ah, yes. I mean, R&D is our limiting factor. Okay. This time, though, we can't accept any new contracts, which makes sense, because we didn't finish our last one. Early material science. Nice. Basic rocketry. Nice. Oh, yeah, we have still a bunch of them queued up. Satellite era materials. Now, this time we'll get the contract. Which was just like a easy contract anyway. Now, where do we fly? So I think one of the sciences we were still missing a bunch was space low over water. So we can tilt over a bit more this time so that we get more time over the water biome to get some more science from that. I think the forest biome was like pretty much adjacent to KSC there anyway, so we have full science there. So let's get some more water. So let's fly east. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Now, payload check. Now we just need to reach 70 kilometers for this contract. Okay, everything up, let's go. Maybe a bit more. We don't need to go super high. It's also getting hard to keep control. Like if we deviate too much from our velocity vector, at this point there's a ton of aerodynamic forces acting, so it's easy to either lose control or disintegrate the whole rocket. But this should be fine enough. We'll see. Don't need you anymore. yeah, this is a decent sideways angle here. I'm happy with that. There, Earth flying high shores. We actually also still need some data on that. So that's good. Probably not gonna get much before we reach space. Or water, actually. Okay, so flying high water, we have more data than high shores. So we could also make a flat trajectory along the coast. That's a way in which we can still get more science. And here's space, low water. There we go. Completely as planned. About 3 science. On top of doing the contract, of course. Retrieved? Never. Oh, forgot again to decouple. Goodbye. Explosions. I wonder why it says retrieved never. Because we should have recovered that a couple times already. Now remember not to get too greedy with the time warp. And yeah, like even though that was kind of a cheap contract, it's still... oh, I forgot to update the other rockets in the queue. But yeah, even though the contract didn't give us too much money, it's still, ignoring the tooling cost, paid for like 5 of these rockets. And that was a pretty simple contract with low requirements. So we're in no struggle of like keeping afloat, at least. It's really difficult when you first play a career and just have to figure out so many things still. Then it can be hard. But yeah. And there, 3.1 science. Contract. Now, this one's 41,000, 2 kilometers a second, 140 kilometers, 200 units of sounding payload, the full load. Advanced biocapsule, which I think we have. So we could do this, 40,000. Now here's the 400 downrange contract. I really want to do that at some point. But as long as we have a contract that pays better, we'll do this one now. Then next time we can do the low space film return. And yeah, I can probably put it in the plan tab, or what it's called now. So basically, at least the way I think that works, is that then you can just select it from the KCT menu and build it from there instead of what we're doing now, having to go in the VAB. Add to building plans. It's like there's been so many changes in all of the mods since we last played. So that's why we still don't know how a bunch of these work exactly. Even though we have played with them before. Plans, and now... boop. Yep. Works as expected. Okay. Now is the time to grind money and then buy our research and development upgrade, which will also give us 25% research boost, which is also nice. So not just do we need it to be able to research the first capsules, it also accelerates our research, which is our main bottleneck at this point anyway. So that's nice. And then, so when we have that upgraded and have some more technologies unlocked, specifically the one technology for tiny engines, could make an entraptor meme out of this. That one will be really good for like small orbital satellites, because the main thing, as any time you launch a rocket, the main thing you want is to keep your payload as light as possible. Now hang on, before we launch this, what's the contract and where did we want to fly? Okay, we need to achieve speed and get above 140. So we can try maybe flying along the shores here. So honestly, that just means flying straight up north. So let's do that. Not too much. I don't want to lose too much performance in the atmosphere, or just not reach the apogee we need. But we'll fly a little bit north. Maybe a bit more. That'll be fine. So what was I just saying? Yeah, so the main thing you always want is your payload to be as light as possible. Because, yeah, mass is just everything. Like, it's involved, like, exponentially in the total mass of your rocket. So if you can make your payload a bit lighter, that means you can make your launch vehicle a lot lighter. So having tiny engines with just a little bit of thrust, if that's enough, which for a tiny probe we also only need a tiny bit of thrust, then that will help us immensely making probes that can reach orbit, or even then later to the moon. Like our first orbital satellite might even not have any control. It might just be a dumb spin stabilized stage. But later, especially then when we want to go towards the moon, you can still do launches to the moon technically also without active control, but it gets very difficult, and yeah, we'll just wait until we can do it with like controllable probes. Oh, we actually missed. Oh, we need to go 2 kilometers a second at the altitude. So we once again messed up the contract on our own. Jeez. Also, how far did we even get here? Wait, did we accidentally launch? Ah, yes, because I think those are... Really? Either way, we launched the wrong way, not that it makes much of a difference for anything. Jeez. The number of times we mess up the contracts on our own. Wow. We thought today it would be like, oh yeah, it's gonna be easy, we'll just grind contracts, what could possibly go wrong? Well, misplanning can go wrong. At least it's our fault. Okay, so this time we fly straight up, and I do believe if we do that we can get over 2 kilometers a second. So basically, if we don't fly straight up but fly a curved trajectory, that means our total velocity won't be quite as high. But I'm pretty sure we broke the 2 kilometers a second. Oh, but again, at 140 kilometers, We might actually want to remove some payloads for this. Either that or do a simulation. So either way, let's go into the VAB here, edit, and either we do a quick simulation now to check if we reach it, or we just remove the payload. Like, and by payload I mean film camera, not the sounding payload, which we need. Let's simulate. We'll just fly straight up now. I also should have edited a different one, because if we edit this one, which has a bit of build progress already, we might lose that. I mean, not like it makes much of a difference. If it has like a few %, that's like a day of work or something that will get lost. Which on the one hand it doesn't matter that much, on the other hand it would be kinda annoying, to be honest. Go straight up. And with our control now, it doesn't... I mean, I want to fight this more. Time warping isn't as bad. The main problem with time warping with our earlier flights were that, yes, we definitely get over 2 kilometers a second, but we don't keep it at 140 kilometers. The main issue with like time warping with some of our other flights were that we had those angled flights without control. And then if through physics warp it gets a little bit of, that can make a big difference for the outcome of the whole trajectory. Now, check the contract. Always check the contract. We need a sounding payload 200 and advanced biocapsule. We do not need a film camera, which will make us go from 3626 to 3698, so like 70 meters a second, which is still not that much, honestly. I mean, we don't need active control, so we can actually go back to a simpler probe core again. It's 50 kilograms versus 300. That's 250 saved. That's a lot. How are we looking now? Also, why are you not attaching? That's a weird attachment. Okay, 3886. That's a lot more. I think we can try and simulate this. And now we still have the advanced biocapsule, which we need. And we have our 200 sounding payload. Hang on, which way? Ah, I see. Let's see if this one can do it. Hang on. Why is... Things never are as simple as you think they would be. Okay. Come on, you can do it. not. Well, that's not great. Oh, it's... You still did it. Okay, so even losing control, it still made it. Good job. Well done. Okay, so we'll angle the fins back a bit further so that hopefully it'll keep control. 1.4, 1.5. And I guess we didn't save that. And then we build one of... Oh no, save. Edits is what we'll do. Yeah, then we lose our progress. Whatever. I mean, it would be pretty funny and stylish to complete the contract while losing control and wasting a bunch of delta V. Oh, I guess from recovering part... Oh no, I was just thinking that maybe from having recovered parts we get a whole bunch of our construction time, but it was probably from just having removed a bunch of parts. Yeah, including our complicated avionics. I tried looking up the recovery thing. Right now my suspicion is that maybe you can only recover parts with KCT to reuse them if you land at KSC, at the Kennedy Space Center, or well, your launch site in any case. At least that's the main suspicion I have. Okay, good luck, my friend. Fingers crossed for 140 kilometers. Please tell me I didn't forget anything else. Okay, no. We just need to have our speed at 140 kilometers and then return. So unless we have an engine malfunction or our wing changes make things worse instead of better, then we should be fine. I think the camera is inducing drag, which is making our rocket tilt over here. I should have removed the camera for this flight. Oh well. Come on, you can do it. Ten Gs. And now we're spinning out of control. But it looked pretty similar to last time. So, yeah, and we're at 300 kilometers apoapsis despite spinning out of control there. Especially towards the end where you gain so much of velocity because your rocket gets so light. So your acceleration gets way higher. And now we only need to recover. And everything is fine. Whew. Well, it was hard, but we got there. I mean, it wasn't really that hard. We just goofed. Don't... Oh, no. Please don't be stuck together. Okay. Whew. That was close to still... Whoops. So at first, it gets slowed down less than us, and then suddenly faster than us. That's very... Okay, I guess the turbulence, like, depending on how it's oriented, that makes sense. If it's oriented straight forward, then it's... Oh no. No, hang on. Even in the... Not sure. Maybe it was first sideways, and if it flies sideways, the booster, then it has less mass per area than us. But that means that after a bit it would have like righted itself, and if anything I would have expected it to get more chaotic, especially without having a proper nose cone and crappy aerodynamics. But ooh, also I'm just realizing we could leave the decoupler on the side of the payload so we can recover it too. That would give us a couple more funds. Like I won't bother going back and changing that because it likely won't make much of a difference at all. Like we're talking dozens of funds here maybe. But yeah, there's definitely just a lot of things, even if we've done them before. It's been so long that we need some time to get back into it. It's definitely been kind of rusty. Now, what do we have here? 3 kilometers a second. Well, that's not happening. You have 33,000 payouts. You have 38 something. So let's do that. That's the one that we've been looking at. 400 kilometers downrange, 150 kilometers altitude with a film camera and recover. Yep. That looks doable. So let's do it. Let's add some more of these. And where are we at? 66,000 funds. So we're like quarter to... we finish a technology or something? So we're a quarter of the way to our research and development center upgrade. But yeah, if we can now get like subtracting launch build and launch costs like 35,000 per contract. We need like we have 60, 180, 30, like 6 launches or something. Then we can afford the R&D upgrade. And at that point, so much time has passed that we'll also have unlocked a whole bunch of new technologies that maybe... what time is it? Yeah, we've only been streaming for like an hour. So that's the time where we can then also potentially look into building an orbital class booster, or at least an ICBM style one for the several thousand kilometers downrange. Although like the difference between that and an orbital booster is pretty negligible anyway. I did not want a time warp. Why the hell did I press that? Okay. There, throttle up, and we need to go downrange 400, so we need to pitch over quite a bit. Let's just head east. I mean, I was gonna say east is easiest, but that's not true because we're talking downrange distance. So generally, what you want for orbital launches is that you want to generally launch eastwards, and that's because of the Earth's rotation, which is in that direction. So if the Earth rotates this way and you also launch from the Earth in that way, you basically get the boost from the rotation of the Earth, which is, I think it's like 600 meters. Fuck. Hello, major failure number 2. So yeah, for orbital launches, you want to launch east to make use of that rotation of the Earth, which will basically just make it easier to get into orbit. And yeah, which means you need a noticeably lighter launch vehicle, or you can carry more payload. Like, those two always balance each other out. But in this case, because we're talking like distance traveled over the surface of the Earth, then it doesn't matter which direction we launch into. It would matter, like for those contracts that require you to reach a certain orbital velocity, because that means it's in a reference frame. That's where the basically, think about it like the reference frame of the solar system, where it's like the Earth is rotating inside of that reference frame. And yeah, reference frames are one of those things. Hey, orbital rocketry finished. Reference frames is one of those fun things that we'll be diving deeper into later with Principia, because we did look at that a bit earlier already. Like, it's really important to choose your correct reference frames for like trajectory planning and everything. It's one of those features, like, I think we didn't actually talk about what Principia actually does. So Principia adds n-body gravity. What that means is that all the gravitational bodies, like all the planets and moons, exert a gravitational force. By default, in Kerbal Space Program, you only have one body exerting gravitational force on a spacecraft. So that would be, there's also ways of like determining which one is the dominating body, but basically like the one that you're like not closest to, but where you have just the main gravitational influence. And now, before I talk more, let's launch this. We did want to go east. So the base game only calculates the gravitational force around one body, which like dramatically simplifies everything. It also means you can like very easily calculate the trajectory forward in time, and it's also like everything is stable basically. Like, if you're in orbit around Kerbin, then that orbit is perfectly stable. It won't change at all if you go forward in time. And yeah, you can just very easily calculate where the spacecraft will be in the future. With n-body gravity, that's not the case, because you can have so many different influences. That also means that orbits can be unpredictable, and they're never like perfect ellipses like they are in Kerbal Space Program in vanilla. So yeah, trajectories get a lot more complicated with Principia on the one hand, but on the other hand, you also get really nice tools like the ability to work with those reference frames, which is not something you have in the vanilla game, which kind of also balances out the difficulty to some degree. Like, there are some things that you still have to struggle with anyway, like unstable orbits. Especially, like, it's not that easy to have a stable orbit around the moon. Around the Earth, orbits are pretty damn stable and you don't have to worry about it. But for long-term orbits around the moon, it's not trivial. And I really hope we can make the downrange here. Yes, we can. So we haven't reached apoapsis yet, but we're over 50% of our downrange distance, so that's fine. Uncrewed altitude record of 300. Oh, that's right. With our performance upgrade, we also get the altitude record. And advanced biological suborbital experiment. I think that was the last one. Here we have the low space film return. I do hope all our science is running. Okay, it's just full. That's also a possibility. Okay. Yep, there it was horizontal, and then it started going up relative to us. It was pretty fun to see, actually. Oh wow, something's flying around very erratically. We're also falling slower now that our center of mass here is changed with the new avionics, so that we're actually descending horizontal. Which, I mean, honestly, for in this case, that's kind of what you'd want to make the re-entry bit gentler. Once you re-enter from orbit, you definitely want to have only like the bottom part facing forward, just because that's where you'll have your heat shield, which you will need. But we don't need a heat shield right now, so it's all fine. Oh wow! Forgot to disable physics warp there. That was very bouncy. Oop. Please stop bouncing. There we go. It can be hard sometimes to actually manage to recover something because it just keeps bouncing. Could use more dampening, but hey, like Kerbal Space Program isn't perfect, but it's doing pretty good. What a surprise, we actually managed to complete a contract on the first try without messing anything up. And almost 100,000 funds. Now, 3, okay, yeah, so the advanced bio experiments we can't really do anymore. 600 down range, I'm not sure we can, okay, 200 and 600. I'm not sure, we might have to stick with these for the time being. I mean, we could, I mean, the thing is we have new engines and things unlocked, so we can build a bigger rocket, and we could do those downrange contracts. I kind of wanted to go straight for an orbital class rocket after this one, but maybe do that. But I think, so we have early flight control. What does that give us? Okay, that was tiny engines. And better avionics there. I think we'll do a couple more launches like this, and then we'll just see if we can make an orbital class booster with the new engines and everything we have unlocked. And if not, then we'll make just an ICBM type rocket. It would also kind of be fun if we did like our first orbital launch be a crewed orbital launch, but it's basically like you can do an uncrewed orbital launch so much earlier that really it's not a very great idea. And I'm not even sure we can get all the science. We need to unlock all the other nodes. Like, we're already only getting a trickle of science in anymore at this point. So yeah, we really want some basic orbit with a satellite, so we can do some of the more long-term science and also get science from other biomes while we circle the Earth. Like, that would be nice. Now let's check, because I completely forgot what kind of contract we're doing. 160 kilometers, 105 units of sounding, so we just need to go up. Easy. We can really just time warp through this. Like, we've been doing so many launches already. Like, doing more sounding rocket launches isn't the most exciting thing at this point. And if we can just rush through them, like doing one every 2 minutes or something to just grind some money, that probably makes sense. Wee, FPS crash. Just before a rocket crash. Oh, visible imaging forest. Okay. Maybe if we just fly a little bit northwest, we can grab some more forest science from the camera. And do we even have any other new science packs on board other than the camera? Because we removed a whole bunch of them again. But yeah, there we go. Money. We also realized we shouldn't have bought as many upgrade points in KCT, because yeah, like one costs 20,000 and I think we probably bought like 10 or more all in all. I mean, it's like we get like 1.5 points per contract, so it's no big deal. And like these contracts just repeat, so you can't get stuck like we would kind of be at this point. Like if you really want to optimize things, you would just not really put any more points in the build speed, because it's extra money for it being done faster, but faster doesn't really allow you to make any more money from it. Oh, this is kind of a crappy contract. Also with even higher requirements. Our plan might not actually work. We might need to actually build a new rocket very soon. I mean, we can do this one now. We still definitely make money with it. And yeah, at this point it's not worth thinking too long about these. We just, yeah. We're here to grind and wait for technologies to finish. That's what we're doing. But we do have 20 science points, so we can also actually look into more engines. 91. I'm not sure we want any of these. I'm not gonna take that engine node. When we can continue with the sciences we need for crew. Wait, early flight control. Oh no, it's not finished, but it's queued up. So materials, EDL, and the crew survivability. Yep. What does that give us? Kerbalism config engine. I'm not sure what... This is 5 tons? What? I have no idea what this part does. So let's queue up and finish building. Oh, hang on. We do have one finished. Just need to roll it out. $15,000 credits, and we're paying what, like 3,000 per launch. So we still get like 5 times out what we put in. Or close to it at least. There are also like monthly upkeep costs and stuff, but they're like in the hundreds for us at this point. actually think. Yeah, we don't really need to finish to wait for the... where do we want to launch? Northwest. Yeah, north. So we need to launch there. Yep, that's right. Whoopsie doopsie. No, that. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Forgot to activate SAS. Oh, fuck. What was our contract? 80 kilometers. Okay, yeah. Trying to push it a bit further down, but no, trajectory is pretty much locked in at this point. Basically, I wanted to flatten the trajectory out a bit more, so we spent more time flying high for the video camera. Exactly this one, because we probably won't spend a lot of time in here, and so not get a lot of the science. Yeah. But at least the space. We'll get another couple points. Or will we? There might be... Okay, no. But yeah, did the contract. Now, after this flight, we'll look at what technologies are even still missing, and if it's any of them we still need for the uncrewed orbital booster. Because if not, we can start designing / building it. And which will then also mean we have a much more capable launch vehicle to do other bigger contracts that give us a lot more money. And we have like a money buffer now, which will also allow us to like tool things and stuff, because an orbital rocket with all the science we'll want to do and everything, that'll also make sense to tool. But yeah, it'll be expensive. We'll also want to use, at least for the upper stage, high tier tanks, which will be expensive. I think we might even have unlocked a third tier of tanks after the aluminium tanks we're using at this point, which will be even more expensive probably. There we go. Yeah, 0.2 science. The biosample too. Yeah. That probably wasn't worth it, putting on there on every flight. Okay. I mean, if we... Kinda had a bit of a silly idea. Okay, the RD-0105 would be nice. We'd need another... Oh, Jesus. Buying RDA-107 or 108 costs 143,000 funds. Literally can't even afford it. Wow. Okay. Well, I didn't plan for that. What if we... Oh, jeez. I mean, like, right about a meganewton is definitely a nice thrust to have for orbital launch vehicle. I thought we had... When we looked earlier, we had a pretty powerful engine available. Which one was that? Might have been that one, but yeah, it also costs 138,000. What are the reliabilities here anyway? RD-107, like 98% at full data. And it's very 3.6 ranking, not great, not terrible. The 108. Yep. How about the LR-79? 96%, 97. So that's less reliable, has less thrust, and less ISP. So just through the board a worse engine, but it's also a bit lighter and cheaper. I think we just want the Russian goodness. But yeah, it does mean... No, so we have these available right now. We will probably unlock other engine configs. Yep. So we will unlock other engine configs with the next node, but we don't need it for like our first version. So the main thing we need at this point is more money to be able to unlock these engines. I think though we don't have to pay for both. I think if we unlock one, we get the other, because they're just very closely related. I don't think we need that necessarily. Like, it would reduce the mass of and the power consumption of the avionics, but also increase cost and the mass, like minus 15%. It's not worth waiting for. So really what that means is, yeah, we need money and then we're ready to build our orbital booster. Oh, hang on. We need an upper stage engine. That's something we do need. Do we make a hybrid Russian-American rocket with an AJ-10? But I think like the early versions of those were hilariously unreliable. Yeah, without data, 77.9% reliability. Like, that's pretty bad. Actually, this one, we could build an ICBM with this engine. It only costs 43,000 to unlock, and it has horrible reliability. 80% without data. Jeez. So we could do that, but we just have a ton of failures all the time. Vernier engines. Gamma. I mean, you'd be kind of powerful, but we could maybe use this one for an upper stage. It would be a lot more reliable, around 90%. So that's something we could do. So really we're mostly stuck on upper stage, and this one looks fine enough. So we'll need 35,000 for this one, so like 180,000 funds, so 50,000 more. So if we don't get super crappy contracts again, like we are, I think this one is 600 kilometer downrange and 3 kilometers a second velocity. So we'll just have to do like 3 more of these. Sorry for taking so long, like it's so many engines to choose from, so many possibilities. Like, even if we get... Oh, damn it. I think the contract had higher sounding payload requirements, and I didn't adjust for that. So we're gonna have to, at least I remembered before lifting off. So I can still just roll this back and then edit it. Yeah, so at this point, no crewed launch with a capsule will happen today, but an orbital launch uncrewed is still in the books. Oh no, we have the sounding payload. 250 kilometers with 175 units. Okay, then I guess we can launch. Because 250 will also do easily, given no engine failures, of course. Did we need... Oh no, wrong way. Okay, well, whatever. I wanted to again like increase the time we fly along shores. But whatever. Let's focus on the contract. Like a couple tenth of science points, more or less, won't make a difference here. The main thing is we get the money to build our new, shinier rocket. And altitude, check, contract complete. There we go. This is definitely not the most optimal way of doing this. Something we also skipped completely was just having a small but two-stage sounding rocket. That would also have increased, like we could have gotten a lot more like altitude and stuff out of that if we'd done that, instead of going to a pretty massive V2 class rocket. Earth space low, Earth flying high. So we do also still get a bunch of science just from flying straight up. Okay, next one. Jesus, only 10,000. Are they just getting like more and more difficult while also giving less and less money? That's an interesting progression there. I mean, we have enough money to unlock the RD-107. Or maybe let's look into... So for this one, we just need to go faster. What if we strap down our rocket? Can we do this one? We need 200 sounding payload, advanced biocapsule, but we need to be going 3 kilometers a second. I'm not sure that's gonna happen. Even that, we need like to add so much, and that it's 300 kilometers. The film return downrange. This one's kinda sounds like one of the more... How long is the timeline on this? I don't think it has a timeline, so we can't just accept this downrange milestone for 34,000 advance funds, and we can worry about actually finishing that later. So now we're almost there actually. we won't be able to like buy tooling on our first launch, but and we might still need a couple funds, but we could at least like build our first stage, or we'll see. But like we can start building like the rocket and at least the first stage with the RD-107 or RD-108. Like we'll be able to, even if we just skip having a second stage, it'll be so capable, and it should allow us to do other contracts so we can get better, more science. No, you're the core engine. 7314. Yeah, which means you have a bit lower sea level performance but better vacuum. Which especially, yeah. I think it's time to just start blank new, or I guess we can just take what we have and adjust things again. So, yes. So now we're like more than tripling our thrust here. Also note, we only have 90% reliability on our first flight without data. So we have to keep that in mind. And that, Jesus, a different config. Wait, it just has worse ISP and worse thrust? Why would we pay so much money for that? Anyway. We were also wondering, yep, so we have second tier of aluminum tanks, which probably will cost noticeably more. But first, let's scale up because we will have a bigger... I think this one will be a cylinder. Let's just get something going there. 6.7 kilometers a second. Now, I like the sound of that. But we are now... we need also a better launch pad. See, now is where the trouble starts. TWR. And we're still like... This rocket should have an even bigger first stage. 1.75. I mean, we don't have a second stage yet, but we'll probably want something like on the size of this. So we're like at twice the launch pad weight limit. But we get still 5.3 kilometers a second if we just fuel it half, which means, or here, 4.7. That's actually in the weight limit, just barely though. But we get like a whole kilometer a second more delta V. And we're still only at 3,000 cost here. Tank is 1,500, the engine is 500. So this is something we can afford to fly, and it has noticeable higher performance, and it lays the foundation of our first orbital launcher. Now the big question is, do we do this with having one big tank, or do we just build one like 40% size tank and then stack a couple of them together later? Do I even want to know? Okay, the tooling cost isn't so bad for these. That's good to know. Like, it's 10 times the tank cost. And it's like amortized in like 10, 11 launches. Well, that's cool, but still probably not gonna do that in the first launch. But first of all, I want to buy this, and I want to know how much money I will have left. Okay, we have to pay 10,000 for the RD-107 after that, which is fine. Now, as upper stage engine, we were looking at the Gamma. That's 35,000. Then we'll be at 8,000 funds. Woo. I mean, just in terms of thrust level, this might be a bit overpowered. But I really like the AJ-10 is so unreliable early on. I don't want to have to bother with like 70% reliability. Or 78%. That's just so bad. If nothing else, we'll probably, or might even be able to use this for upper stage on a crewed vehicle later too. Like, if not these, then, I mean, that would be silly. But we could also take that. 39. I mean, this one has 90% reliability. And it's throttle level. And 39 kilonewtons, 100 kilogram mass. And much cheaper to buy, which at this point is actually very important. Now, does it say if it can be ignited in flight? Ignitions unlimited, not subject to ullage. I mean, so that sounds fine. Oh yeah, avionics. We will need avionics for 20 tons too. Although actually I think we had them for 12 tons, so going from there to 20 won't make a big difference. I mean, later we'll need more than that, but for now with the launch pad limit of 20 tons, that's what we'll definitely need. Then we'll need another. That I just want. That. This will probably have to be way smaller. Also, what do you need? Pressurization? I guess not. What do you even run of? Tonka 250 AK-20 HTP. I don't know what two of these are. What's your ISP anyway? 255. Definitely not great. So that's gonna be the main issue. Usually you want your upper stage to have a nice ISP. I guess this will just be a very temporary solution. And definitely not that much. 4 minutes. Okay, this is starting to look very silly. Can we have interstages? Yes, we can, but they might add a whole bunch of weight and stuff. Do we have procedural structural parts? I want a cone. What would that? 78 kilograms, 100 funds. So that wouldn't be great, but let's check what the interstage would look like. So I think you're 2 meters. Maybe we want to make the diameter a bit more. Let's make it 2.2. Base size. Top is 1. 1.5. I mean, if we have all the film camera, we can't change. So I guess we have to go with like 1.25 meters again. I don't like not round numbers. The decoupler. So if we're gonna go orbital, we'll later also need a heat shield, which we don't have unlocked yet. So for the time being, we can't bring back like film stuff. But also we're not going to orbit at this point, so we can leave those. Although again, right now we're in a lot of trouble. What contract are we even trying to do next? We haven't even picked it. I think the one with the downrange distance was actually a film camera one, so we'll leave it on now. And the decoupler. I mean, we could try recovering the second stage in those launchers. So we can remove that decoupler. And you go there. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Let's see what that will weigh and cost though. So that would be 17, oh, what? 1,400 for the fairings. And it'll cost 11,000 to tool. At least once tooled, they will be very cheap, but untooled fairings are incredibly expensive. Jeez. Otherwise, the interstage adapter, 160 kilogram. I mean, you can go a little bit in there, but otherwise, I mean, the aerodynamics of this would be total shit. But they're just so expensive. I wonder if they get cheaper if they're like not curved but straight fairings. What if we have this? A lot cheaper. Which also makes sense, which is nice. Now we also don't need them to be that high. There we go. You do not need a decoupler. You are a decoupler. And then we can do that, and then we'll have our diameter transition without super expensive fairings. It'll still... Oh, actually, 57 cost. Now we're talking. I can't read this on the background. Jesus. 30 cost 62 kilograms. Yeah. Okay. This is a lot more reasonable. Okay. Now, I don't think we've bought the other engine yet. But also it's pretty cheap. So if you buy this one, that'll set us back 10,000, so we'll have 33,000 funds left. 33,000 tooling cost. So we could even tool some things. The avionics we definitely want to tool immediately. Although they're for 20 tons. And we'll... I mean, how much will the total mass be when we scale it up and fill up fuel tanks and everything? 50 tons at this point? Okay. So it's like, I think the next tier launch pads is also 60 tons, so we could just go with 60 tons avionics. What would that do? 200 kilograms more. 100 meters a second less. And probably more expensive, yep. But yeah, planning this much ahead does make sense, I believe. Now we are 5 tons over. 200 kilograms. I mean, at this point, the upper stage doesn't make that much sense, probably. I mean, this is very silly what we're doing at this point. So we can get 4.9 kilometers, 4.9, yeah, kilometers per second delta V. It should even be aerodynamically stable. Well, the first stage, which will only burn for 46, so we need fins in our second stage too. Jeez, this is so silly. This is so silly. We made some bad decisions in this career. Some bad decisions. Yeah, that's no good. Also, we don't need that decoupler at all. What do you even cost? 2. Do we have gimbal? Probably not. Doesn't say, so probably not. Well, we haven't bought the upper stage engine yet. The Gamma would also have just 100 kilograms more dry mass, which on this stage is a lot. Although again, if we just leave that off completely for the time being, like what would that do for our delta V? It's... Ooh. There we go. 4.9 versus... And we wouldn't need the interstage at all. 4.1. So we only would get a couple 100 meters a second plus compared to our A4. So we do want a small upper stage here. I also should just look into what the cost of the launchpad upgrade is, because that's also pretty important right now, because it means it determines how much we can fuel up our rocket. We have a bit bigger launch clamp. Three meters sounds good. Yes, perfect. Now let's just quickly check, or actually, can we? No. Yes, we can do it from here. 70,000 funds for a 60-ton launch pad. Yeesh. Okay, so that's not happening now. 52, 53. And we are using highly advanced tanks here, the second tier aluminium ones. Okay, what if we... So here we would be just in the limit with 4.9 kilometers a second. What if we take away fuel here and give it to the second stage? No. Yeah, figured. It's already barely fueled up here anyway. And we could fly this. And 4.9, we should have avionics. 60 tons that even the prototypes. And we just need to buy this upper stage engine, which costs 10,000. Which also means like we can buy some tooling and still have a couple launch attempts too. Okay, so what's no-brainers for tooling? The avionics. So many windows. Tool. You're a no-brainer. Now, the tank is pretty expensive, and also our tank of the second stage. But this is a silly second stage. I don't think we're gonna tool this, because once we get a bigger launch pad, then we can just upgrade everything. Okay, but this main tank we pretty much designed with the full 60-ton version in mind. It's also very expensive though. Okay, so first of all, I guess we're gonna try flying with this engine here. So we're gonna buy this engine, which we have never used before, so what could possibly go wrong? Now, we're at 30,000 funds. Rocket at this point costs 4,500. Also need to consider we're at low reliability, we're at like 89% reliability for first stage and 90% second stage. So failures are very much possible, and we should expect them. Now, 2,000 for this one. I don't know if we're keeping this structure in place. Not sure. But yeah, so the main tank is one that we've planned for, and that'll make a noticeable difference. Like over 10 launches. And the upper stage tank, like this one amortizes in like 15, well, probably a bit less launches. Also, it'll cost literally nothing after that. It's kind of funny. I mean, if we stretch it a little, we might even use it more in the future. It does mean we'll have to then also reduce the fuel it has. Oh no, not like this. Now we'll get less delta V out of it. I wish you could fine adjust the fuel levels a bit more. That's... saved was. That was a couple kilograms there. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna look at the contracts available to see what the requirements exactly are. Also 3,000 kilometers downrange. I mean, if we have the bigger launch pad and can fuel up the rocket more, we should be able to do that with this rocket. But we need the money for the launch pad for that first. Now here is 200 kilometer altitude, 600 kilometer downrange. This one's easy. Easy, easy, easy. 3 kilometers a second. 140. This should also be doable, although I won't make any like for sure statements of that. This one is also easy. It also doesn't give us a lot of money if we do it. Like now we're having a relatively expensive rocket that costs like our whole advance. But this one, we will do this contract. Just need 200 kilometers up, that's no problem. 600 downrange with a film camera. And recover. But we should still not really need a heat shield at this point. We had no heating issues so far. Well, maybe today will be the ICBM episode instead of orbital episode after all. We'll see. How about the staging? That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna try to recover the whole upper stage, which means we might want to beef up the parachute just a little bit. And we definitely will need to do a simulation for this. You probably don't throttle. That would be too nice. Min throttle 100%, yep. Because like with our lightly loaded rocket, this thrust is way overkill. Like way. This might actually not work out that well. Okay, let's see how it works. So now we'll try to do a downrange flight with this thing. Oh, integration controller cost another 3,000 together. So we're more at like 7,500 funds per launch. So that one simple sounding rocket contract would like barely pay off, if at all. And that's ignoring that the failure chance, which is about 10% in either of the stages. So like success rate is then like 81% or something. Because basically it's like the success chance is 90% for the first stage, 90% of the second stage, and then you multiply it together for the total success rate of the rocket. Oh no, you're fueling the rocket up the clamps. We need to disable that. Yeah, so that'll cost us a bit of delta V, but okay. Downrange. Let's go. Also, I thought the staging was correct. Oh yeah, because we're hauling ass, we need to pitch over immediately. Like, starting with 4Gs is absolutely redonkulous. Yeah, we need to pitch over more. Or actually, this is fine. Nice engine plume. So pretty. Oh wow. Our fins are not happy about the speed. And we actually pitched over too much. Interesting. Oh yeah, they exploded. And this is why you simulate. Amazing. And what we did say, like, this is a very silly rocket now with the thrust to weight ratio. Maybe we should just put like, what if we put two A4 engines on it instead? That's a A4 engine cluster. Shower thought of the day. Oh really, 3 kilograms? 3 kilograms? Are you kidding me? We don't need sounding rocket payload for this contract, so we can tune back on that. I mean, yeah, no, that's not our delta V gains were from the increased ISP of the engines, so taking the horrible ISP A4s does not work. I mean, I would have been surprised if this would have made any sense, but now we know for sure. Really? What? 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 Why? Oh wait, I put the wrong fuel in there, that's why. The upper stage engine fuel. That's better. Also, did we mess up the staging? I guess they got torn apart from aero forces, which is also very understandable. B-wing early. Guess we don't have max temp 415, 475 Kelvin. How about some of you other wings? Yeah, so other wings would be more durable. Now the big question is, like, these are tiny 6 kilogram wings. You're 10 kilograms. So we could just put on some of these. Which won't explode. Wait, 23 kilogram? You said 10 kilogram mass. And here it's 23. What gives? Like, that's actually means probably don't want to use them. Okay, well, let's just try launching with a different profile then. Or okay, so 4, 8, 5, 3. If we use 3 of them, 8, 5, 3. It costs us like 54 meters of second delta V. Oh well. Yeah, once again, we shouldn't have put so much money in the upgrade points. I think that was our main mistake we made. Like, we could have saved easily. Like, if we had 100,000 funds more, that would make such a difference right now. We could just build the launch pad. And yeah, we would have money. The money that we're missing right now. And we forgot to adjust the clamp. Let's do a hot staging here. That's so wild, this ascent profile. What's your spool up time anyway? Okay, not enough fins. Good to know. Yeah, and it's almost burned out now. So now we have fins that don't burn up but aren't very helpful. Although I think with the others it was still unstable. 200. A big issue with this upper stage is that the center of mass is so far back because the fuel, well, is at the back, and then so much of the lighter payloads are forward. And I don't think it would work if we had like, if we did something like this. I don't think the engine would get fuel then. Oh no, it would. Well, that was actually, that would help us a lot. Oh, no. Come on. Because you can be at the bottom. I mean, it's still unstable. So yeah, fuel tank 600 kilogram when it starts out, 100 kilogram. Avionics are heavy. Wait, you are so chunky. Whoop. What did I do? So, if you tell it to reduce the length, then it just resets the mass that it carries. Well, that's also good to know. Okay, but if you're 500 kilograms, I mean, that's a lot. Wait, we want the mass to be forward. So we want the tank with the sounding payload. Also, do we have like 0 science experiments on here? Oh no, there they are. So we have you forward and the parachute forward. Avionics. No, hang on. We want the light stuff in the back. So you go backwards. You stay there. Come on. Why are you not? There we go. Nope. It's definitely not. I mean, it's still ahead. If we're gonna need 4 of these, we're at like 100 kilogram for the fins. I think we're just gonna try with the procedural again. And this time there, that looks decent. Well, it looks bad because they're 8 kilograms each. They cost basically nothing. As long as they don't explode, it'll be fine. Hopefully. Everything went well until it exploded. Oh, I guess we had the engine a bit inward the last time. Like this, I guess. Okay, and this time I remembered resource pump. Whew. I'm still thinking about what the best way to save this career is. We kinda messed it up. Although, like, once we can get orbital going, we'll be fine. Like, contracts will also pay out more, which means like having wasted money early on is much less of a big deal. But yeah. How's it if we immediately pitch over to like here? Which is like 75 degrees. Whoa, no. Yeah, our first stage is also not the most aerodynamically stable. Well, and we were going pretty fast actually, thanks to incredible acceleration. Oh yeah, this is a good example why too much thrust is also a bad thing. Like, a lot of our problems right now is just because the engine is... Oh no, we removed the... Oh, jeez. We intended to copy them, and the process we must have just removed them. Guess the modifier key didn't quite get through. Jeez. I wish I didn't make so many completely avoidable mistakes. Now that should be stable. Probably a bit too much even. Oh, that's why our delta V had gone up. I was wondering why we were suddenly at 4.9 kilometers per second instead of 4.8. We lost the mass of the wings. This might be our first Kerbalism engine that we're using. The RD-108, I think is one we have. Kerosene and liquid oxygen. The A4 engine on the V2 had, I think, ethanol, yeah, and liquid oxygen, I think. And you, and then you. Let's also keep an eye on our downrange distance. Oh, ignition chance is only 78% here in flight. And it failed. I guess we can't retry. Wasn't that the one with the unlimited ignitions? Although I guess ignition failure means it just, you also can't try again. So how far do we fly with this? Probably not very far. Yeah, about 400 kilometers. But that does mean if the second stage manages to ignite, that would help us. Ooh, what if we do some test flights of just a tiny sounding rocket with that new engine to just collect more data? That's an idea. We could even do like... Nah, with the RD-108 it would get silly. Like we could also do a test launch with that and just recover it with parachutes and stuff, but that'd be pretty silly. And we're already being so very silly. It's getting too silly. We could also wait a bunch until we coast higher in the atmosphere until the point where the ignition chance should be higher, because I think a big thing affecting the ignition chance is the atmosphere. Even though, wait, maybe it's because we have a tiny gap in the interstage. Maybe... Oh. I mean, we're kind of flying in the right direction. I guess we don't have active control with like gimbal and stuff. But if we were at least perfectly passive stable, that would help. So if we adjust our fins a bit and we manage to not get an ignition failure, then maybe we're good. Like, I'm just gonna check how far we can go. We can get here. Like, it's getting close already, even though we did lose control there towards the end. There, 500. If we can avoid losing control, I think we have a good chance. Yeah, we even cut out the engine early there. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna try... Let's see what that does. I mean, this looks bad. Like this way. It definitely touches now. Let's see if that helps. Like in an enclosed... Then again, you don't want a completely enclosed space for hot staging. Anyway, but yeah, we do want a hot stage here. And we are not quite stable. So let's make you sweep back a little more. And let's simulate this. Like, we do have the money for several real flights, so the failure chance won't like completely wreck our career here. And once we have like money to buy the launch pad, the better one, that means we can fully fuel up the rocket, which will make not just a way easier to handle, to fly. It means we have so much more delta V, which also means we could get in the range of maybe even getting the 3,000 kilometers downrange contract. We can also stretch out the second stage and whatnot. Like with 60 tons, we're in business. Go. Also looks like a pretty good rule of thumb to immediately tip over 15 degrees. Seconds left. 3, 2, 1, and we have a successful ignition, and we are still not amazingly stable. Is our center of mass off? I think this engine is the center of thrust in this is way off, and that's why we're getting out of control all the time. See, I don't think I checked that, because from the description it was like an engine intended to be used on like planes. So yep, that's a whole lot of torque. So that was the issue all along. And if we center you, I think that's about the best we can get here. Oh, no, we can do better. I saw 0.03 earlier. There we go. And now I'm gonna leave it. Now, we also need to fix this. Ba-bum. .45 might also just be about the minimum we can get to. The center of thrust being a bit off for the first stage is not as important because we have gimbal to actively compensate. For the second stage it's much more important that it's accurate because we can't. I'm honestly getting almost confident enough to just build this now, but let's do one more simulation. Hang on, the action groups changed themselves again. like our passive stability should be fine without the engine constantly trying to fight against it and getting it out of control. We can, another thing we can try is spinning it up. That would help. Oh yeah, we should spend 1 science point on unlocking some basic SRBs. I think there were some tiny separatrons that we can use specifically to spin it up. Yeah, spinning it up with the first stage won't be very doable with our wings and everything. But like, the rocket had a big reason to be unstable. So now that we removed that, hopefully we won't even need anything else. That's 78% chance though. Always rolling the dice with every launch. 2, 1. Yeah, it takes like about a second to spool up, I think. Nah, it's still not great. I think we want rotation. Oh, we can angle the wings. We don't need SRBs at all. But we're already doing pretty great. Already we might have made it. Don't want to look at the 3000. Oh no, 500 something. I mean, it's getting very close. Yeah, these early rockets, like with the limited capabilities and everything, it gets really finicky making them work like you want them to. It's, again, like once we have bit bigger launch vehicles and we're not as limited, then we won't have to spend on tiny things like that as much as we have to do now. Sorry, just bloop. There we go. So let's rotate them. We wanna rotate them this way. How much? Is this going crazy? Might be. Let's try this. But also, we're getting kind of pretty high. Let's do a bit more. If after today we're still just stuck pretty much with just missing money, I think we'll just off stream go and just farm some contracts and stuff. Because that must not have been very exciting to watch today so far. Oh yeah, and I didn't consider the roll and use now for the first stage. Well, this should be fun. And there we start. Oh, the wings said goodbye. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, one reason we angled them so much. It's been very cozy. Oh, that's nice. Just relying on the soothing ability of our voice to make the stream still not terrible. Why don't you... There we go. Just one tick. I can't even properly tell if it's rotated, but I think I rotated it one tick, which is 1 degree. It's also been very nice. Just the other day, someone also complimented us on how pleasant our voice is. It's always nice. Okay. Is our rocket tilted? Oh, never mind. Boop. Well, let's see if that's still too much rotation. I think we should have some roll control actually with this engine. Okay, yeah, but that won't prevent those wings from just getting torn away by the aerodynamic forces. Basically, because they're angled, they'll just be experiencing a lot more force than if they were edge-on. I mean, it's not great. But it's kind of working as intended. And yes, you know you're in trouble when this is your intended case. Like, this is nominal. Oh, come on. Stick with surface. I mean, we burnt out. We never turned retrograde. We are at 430 kilometers apoapsis. And at apoapsis, let's check our contracts again. Okay, so first we're getting a milestone, actually. Speed record is also something we could look into. And at apoapsis, we're at 450 kilometers. So yes, we can do this contract with the rocket as is. Holy shit, we've done it. And we get a milestone on top. Ooh. And if we fly straight up, we can get the next altitude record of 500 kilometers, very likely. And maybe even the speed record. Oh, sorry. Blowing to the microphone like that is pretty bad, I think. Man, it took us a while, but we got there, kind of, in the end. Jeez. Let's just do a quick and dirty build, they said. It'll be fine, they said. Okay, so do we want any more tooling? Jeez. I mean, I guess the tank can get tooled. The structure. tank. I mean, we do want at least, like, we have to pay like 6,000 per launch. So now we're at 3 launches. Given our failure chance, I don't think we want to tool anything more. So we are just going to... Okay, we need to pay 3 funds to unlaunch a couple stuff. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Now we have to get lucky with the second stage ignition. I think we already accepted the contract, so we can't get quick money from that either. Yeah, so we need to finish at least 25k to upgrade mission control. Then again, like, we're rarely... Yeah, we're at this point anyway, where a lot of the contracts exclude each other. Oh, never mind, we have some of those old rockets left in the queue, which we can get some money from. That's actually really good now, because I don't think we can do any contracts with these anymore. Or maybe we might be able to do like one of the straight up sun rockets, although I think even those we couldn't do anymore, which is why we now started building this launch vehicle almost a year. Jeez Louise. With a year build time for these, we... Oh, I think a tech just finished. Oh no, launchpad rebuilding. Man. A year for this rocket. A year and only like 80% chance it'll work out. Or maybe even higher, because the one upside, I guess, from having this silly rocket is, and our first stage only burning for like a couple dozen seconds, is that also reduces the chance of a failure of that in flight. And there's like 100% success rate for ignition at the launch pad. Because it's just silly, like if it fails, you just roll it back and try launching it again. Like, it doesn't add much to the game. So there's 100% ignition rate for the first stage engine, and we don't fly it very long there. 44.4 seconds. Perfect. And the main thing is just the ignition chance of the second stage. Like, I also think we're far away from the rated burn time of the second stage engine. So by having a lower burn time there as well, it again reduces the chance of a failure. The main thing is really the ignition, which is also really how it is in real life. Once your engine ignites successfully, you're pretty much good most of the time. Like, it still happens sometimes that you get some failures later in a burn, but the highest risk is the ignition. It's the most difficult part of a rocket engine, getting the ignition part right. Now let's focus here. 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition. Ah, come on. I think because I moused over this window, it didn't register hitting the spacebar at first. So that might have messed us up a little. But it's still, we're still nominal on our amazing trajectory. Although we're a little lofted high now, so I'm not sure if we can make it. That might have actually messed us up, I'm not sure. Next time we can also, like, if it fails, then the next time we can try angling a bit further downward or a bit earlier or something. Okay, let's see. 420 kilometers apoapsis. Nice. Reaching also space in a moment. Let's coast to apoapsis and look at what our downrange distance is. Because if we're now halfway or more, then we're good. We are. We're doing it. We're doing it. Unless we break... We don't have decouplers. We might break up on re-entry because we're trying... Did we ever simulate the re-entry with this? I think we forgot doing it. If nothing else, we get here the cost of our rocket back, but that... If we now break up, that hurts. That hurts. Yeah, like between the fins. I mean, they'll probably explode anyway. And generally just mess up our aerodynamics. Like, they'll make us tumble like crazy. Probably. Oh well. Make us continue tumbling like crazy. And yeah, almost 3 kilometers a second. Like, this is the roughest re-entry we've had to deal with so far. And let's just run it without time warp as a result too, because this is gonna get wild. It was a mistake trying to recover the second stage. That was a big mistake. Okay. No, we lost the film camera. Yeah. I mean, the contract still just says return home safely, so it might actually complete. Which on the one hand would be a bit cheaty. But if it does, we'll just... Like, we'll fix the rocket with, like, adding a decoupler, so we'll just do it in the future, so we will have done the contract. But yeah, I guess we kinda did it. Not really, but we got money for it anyway. I guess they just really liked our try here. We tried so hard and we got so close. And they said close enough. The goal was adjusted. Yeah, really, like, the solution is just adding... Oh wait, no, we redistributed the whole mass. Actually, I'm not sure how to fix it. 430 kilometers with 70 units. 300... actually, why didn't we look at those downrange contracts earlier? Because they're not that hard. 340 kilometers downrange with 450 of payload. Sufficient avionics. Oh yeah, the avionics were why we... Oh man. So with the A4, with control, we could have done some of these contracts for much more money. But we just deleted them from our brain. I'm not sure what those... Anyway, that's 73,000. So much money, 60,000. I mean, that's 340. We can easily make 340 kilometers. So we also have... Okay, so... First... You... How do we fix you? I mean, we can fix you by just buying a new launch pad and then Oh, 70. I thought it was 60. No, that's too close. We're gonna do more contracts first. I think if we like don't start tumbling so wild, then okay, but we tumble from the flight, not just from re-entering with the wings. Really, we just kind of need to... Oh! A big reason we redid all the things was the instability issues we've had that we've now pretty much dragged to the engine. Which means we can now arrange it back again. Avionics, film camera, and then we can have a decoupler here. And I mean, it's not great. That's for sure. Why does that... I guess they get narrower with more sweep backwards. 0.6, then let's increase the thickness a bit. We should still be aerodynamically stable. This shouldn't have added much mass. We have our decoupler. So we're back to just... Oh wait, the sounding payload is at the bottom. Well, that... Oh, jeez. But we adjusted the engine on it. This is really coming back to bite me in the ass here. So you're light, so I'd rather have you at the bottom. 100, 128, but you're still heavier than the film camera. So we'll have you here. Boom. Then we need to adjust you again. The 0.05. I'm fine with that. Nope. Yeah, we just need to read that, and you were further in. There. And hang on, why do we have so much torque with our first stage? I don't understand. But we can fix that too, I guess. That's a bit weird. I mean, look at this. What? Why? Why is this so... I am so confused. Like, the one thing we did was shift the engine a little, but then we also attached everything below that. Pretty much center on again. What? Wait, I think now it's fixed. Wait, now it's broken again. What? What did I even do? Yeah, RCS build aid gets very confused. Okay, let's just leave it. Like we're at 0.4 kilonewton meters, which for the first stage is perfectly fine. So we did that. We didn't check the aerodynamics, or did we? We might have. Okay, one last simulation. And what is even our next contract that we're doing now? Ba-da-ba-doo. 340 downrange, 445. So we need to add a whole lot of payload to this, actually. You and you. There we go. 4.6. What did we even have before that? 4.8. 200 meters per second. Definitely weighs a bunch. Yeah, we're at like 325 kilograms sounding payload now or something. Well, sounding payload with the tanks that they need. How much sounding payload? 500. Yeah, we need to simulate this. We're over the limit. Well, that's awkward. It'll cost us... Oh, it's not even enough. That's very awkward. Now I'm... considering just having a single stage again. Because then we have 4 kilometers a second. Like, if we could at least have this much fuel, but we need to lose 65 kilograms. 65. I mean, what if we don't have better service module tanks. What if we actually make the tank physically smaller? 61. So we're still at 460 sounding payload, and we need 445. We need 445. And now we're 15 kilograms overweight. Okay, we're just heating some science. Because 15 kilograms is... oh yeah, advanced biocapsule is 50. What the... Ah, but it has all the others attached. So let's just heat the small one. There we go. And we can make the parachute lighter for the last fraction of a kilogram. There we go. Man. I can't wait for that bigger launch pad. Save edits. Oh, we're editing something. Okay. Do. We're like 3 hours in. What did we even achieve? I mean, we are in the process of having a new launch vehicle, and once we have the new launch pad, it will be a lot more capable and easier to fly, so it's not that bad, but still feels bad, man. And we wanted to pitch just a little bit over, a bit more over, so I tried doing that. Won't be surprised if that was too much now, but so be it if that's the case. Now, what did we need to achieve? 140 kilometers up, 340 sideways. Easy peasy. I think we lost Finn there. Yep. Oh yeah, I pitched over more and I'm not allowed to do that. It's good to know it's so close though. Like I tried just pitching over, like maybe it was 5 degrees more or something. Probably less, like 3 degrees. Like I tried to go for visually something, not a number. Oh yeah, and we do have a bit more payload, although for the first stage that won't make a difference for the trajectory. Hang on. With the launch clamps, could we just cheat and have it fuel up everything? Although I think it only topped up the liquid oxygen, so like cryogenic fuels that boil off, which makes sense. And prevents cheating. Like otherwise you could just make the fuel clamps fuel up all the propellants, and you could fly rockets way heavier than you're allowed to put on the launch pad. Exactly with a rocket like this one, with mostly empty fuel tanks. They are getting hot, the fins. Also, didn't we used to have 4? Now we have 3. We did redo them. Maybe we messed up the symmetry there. Oh boy. The fins exploded again. Aerodynamic stress. I don't know why this happens. Well, we can just try and see if we can fulfill the contract this way. Like at this point. After this contract, we're pretty much good to... Oh yeah, we can easily make that. After this contract, we're good to get our new launch pad. Oh yeah, the entry. We did want to test. Although this is way gentler than if we can finish the burn. But it's something. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to wait for... Actually, we're way heavier than we're planned for. So we need to check if we're not too heavy for the parachute. We even made it a little bit lighter even. 5.9 meters a second. In water, that should be fine. On land, that might be getting pretty close. But this should be fine. Yep. Okay. So... I mean, the fins exploded. Oh no, I think the game just crashed. Oh, when we're just about to finish it up. Oh, jeez. Well, this might take a few minutes. Like, literally like 5 minutes to restart the game. Dang. I mean, we shouldn't have lost a lot of progress. So that's a plus. More time to plan. Yeah, I mean, if we can do the contract, we can buy the launch pad. Means we can fuel up the rocket, both the first stage and second stage. Also meaning we will be like staging way later in the flight, higher in the atmosphere, so the second stage won't be risking getting out of control as much, although we might need some. We do need to spin stabilize it. So we might have to add a couple small SRBs on it, but that's no big deal. Just need to research it. And yeah, then it'll be pretty capable. If we can do the 3000, I'm not 100% confident, but at least like all these downrange type contracts, like even now the ones we have available at this point are easy. So, and that's with barely fueled up rocket and all these struggles with like keeping orientation. I do wonder if we could have just gone with more stages of a way simpler sounding rocket design, but then again, like they are also asking you to put a whole bunch of payload on it, like at this point hundreds of kilograms. I'm not sure how far we'd have gotten if we put like our V2 with a smaller sounding rocket and an Aero B engine on top or something with that payload. Not sure how far that would have gotten us. To be fair, probably further than just the A4 engine. And our limit there was also not the mass of the launch pad, but our burn time of the engine. So yeah, actually that would have made sense to also do, or like it would have been a way of doing more contracts instead of building a whole new bigger launch vehicle like we're doing now. Like, yeah, we are so far away from like playing optimally. Don't take this as like a tutorial for playing the Realism Overhaul RP1 career. At this point, it's like a tutorial for things not to do. Oh well, maybe not that bad, but like showcasing many common mistakes you make. Like that learning curve when you start out with Realism Overhaul is steep, especially then in the career because of all the limits imposed upon you. Like with later game tech, like getting into orbit even with crew is pretty trivial. Now let's hope our save didn't get messed up too much here. That would be awkward. And yeah, KSP just gets more and more RAM hungry the longer the game runs. And I guess we should have closed more other applications, because there was very likely just RAM full type crash. Okay. What were we doing? We added a fourth fin on the second stage. That was what we were just doing. We had added more the payloads for the contract because it required 445. I'm not sure those are... Oh, really? It's... We need to reshuffle all of that. Didn't we make a save? Okay, yeah. No, this is good. So we got the 445 sounding payload. Still 3 fins instead of 4. I think they're still angled. It's a bit hard to tell, but I think so. Did we have the decoupler? Yes. But we are slightly over mass. Oh yeah, we were removing science experiments for this one. Oh yeah, 15, the... Oh no, it's already gone. Then why are we over mass? Oh, because of the wing. Gotcha. 5 kilograms, so one more experiment. Well, not a barometer or thermometer. Actually, did we already... 5 kilograms. I mean, we can modify the wings. What if we make them thinner? I think that gave us 1 kilogram. Like, stability is one of our big issues, so we don't want to shrink them too much. Geez, and making the parachute lighter. No, we could reduce that. We do need to remember to fix that later. But I guess we're just building and launching this now. Jeez. I really hope this left been the main struggles and the next streams will be better. This is just a mess. Orbital rocketry technology. We do have the contract, right? Yeah. Must be suborbital guidance. We don't have them as plans. Can we copy you while you're here? I'm not sure if we need the same one again, but I guess we'll start building. The worst that happens is that we lose the time spent to build, which is not what we're that concerned about. I think some people managed to land on the moon in like 1958. And I know, like it was long possible, like we had the technology to reach orbit. The path we've chosen for us is not the way to orbit. Oh well, I mean, we're getting close now, hopefully. We will have to think a lot about what we do with final stages to get to orbit with this booster. Oop, that felt very slow. Let's not angle too much this time. Just because we're really not desperate to go very far. Maybe should have gone. Yeah, that was not. If this contract fails now because of bad manual gravity turn. I mean, we have ignition, and it's not great, but we are roughly tumbling around prograde marker, which is good. Yeah, we are flying very high though, and not very far down range. Oh god. Sure, I've called this messy space program. No, I think we're gonna make it just thanks to how high we flew. We got it. And it's already completed. Like, we don't even need to recover necessarily. I think the film camera was also, we didn't need it for this flight, but yeah, no constantly rebuilding the rockets now. I think we learned a lesson there. Okay, now decouple. Looks kind of funny. Second stage with the huge fins on it. If we recover this, we'll at least get some more funds back. Not a ton, but some. I don't actually know how much money the sounding payload costs. Okay, and full deployment. .7 meters a second. So that's a bit slower than we had in the simulation, actually. So we should be good. Oh god. I mean, even if now something explodes, we'll have fulfilled the contract. So we're good. But we're fine. Finally, we made it. We had a successful launch and we fulfilled the contract. Whew. Easy peasy. Oh, jeez. And this is why you shouldn't build silly rockets. Like, let's build a rocket that we'll use in the future, but only fuel it 40%. This is why you don't do that. Oof, so many headaches. Okay, now we have 110,000. Okay, we need to go through KCT for that. And once again, I'm missing the icon here. Plans. Wait, we need to go here. 60 tons. I mean, it said so and so much time to build. Okay. It's just in here, but it's neither taking up VAB build time for rockets, neither research time. I mean, we can do like one flight until then, and after that, I mean, I guess we can start building the rocket already and then just fill it up with fuel once the launch pad is done. Downrange distance difficult, but only 40,000. 330 downrange for 80 units. Altitude of at least 140, so we can do that. How about this? No. When you're 355. Yeah, we got like 5,000 more if we put a couple extra units of payload on there. So edit. Then we'll have to take mass away again from somewhere. I mean, maybe the second stage fuel. We don't need a ton. Better than getting all silly like we had been. 480. 480. We're at 445, 462. I mean, let's just go for a neat 500 now. And I think, hang on, how long are you? 327 millimeters. Why? Let's just do 500. And then we're trapping there, so that. And save. I mean, I don't think we'll be flying this V2 anymore at all, so we can scrap it. We didn't actually fly a lot of them, just because the contract difficulty increased a bunch, and then we just went with new launch vehicle altogether. Also, damn it, and now we don't have them in the plans. Ah, gotta start building a new one. with the launch pad finished, I mean, we'll see. If I haven't completely written off reaching orbit today. So this is will be the version of like just fuel it up with the new launch pad and then go. Okay, let's just check how much will it give us. 6.4, wait, 8 kilometers a second. Yeah, we're already getting close to orbital without even trying hard to minimize our payload here. Like, we have all the sounding payload, the phone camera. If we just want to get something into orbit, we can do it with this launcher. Mark my words. Okay, so I mean, with that, I want to say I'm gonna reach orbit today. We'll see how that works out. I mean, you'll just then be the full derpy. Derpy unleashed. And built. So, it's called 445, but we did modify it, I'm pretty sure. We just didn't change the name. So this one again will be a downrange contract, I believe. Honestly, the extra fuel cost also should pretty much not be noticeable at all for the unleashed version. Which means that even contracts that are now getting more expensive, I think cost-wise we're doing them pretty well, especially having the tooling. We shouldn't have bought as much tooling for the V2 one. Okay. I forgot to check the contract requirements. That's bad. Okay, we have the payload. Avionics, altitude, downrange distance is what we need now. With Unleashed, we can also do the one that had a 3 kilometers a second velocity requirement. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stage. Ignition failure. Yep. To be expected. Now, while we coast, let's keep you attached, I guess. But yeah, it was a tiny little boost from the decoupler there. But yeah, I don't think... Oh, we're actually very close to making it. We did it anyway, despite a full stage 2 failure. Nice. That's awesome. Also that we had the failure now instead of the other time where we really needed it for the 600 kilometers or what it was. Yeah. I think that's the first time we had a major failure without it affecting mission success. Okay, let's ramp up the time warp for a bit. Not like it would have been a huge setback either way, because we're pretty much just waiting for the launch pad to be built. Oh yeah, we can size out the parachute now. I am anxious every time now about splashdown. Like, what if it falls over a bit badly and bounces in a way that'll make the parts detach or something? Always afraid of that happening. Oh yeah, how much money do we get from recovering this? And I just remembered the avionics. We reduced them a bit down from 60 down to like 58. I made a note from that so that I can't forget. $300. Yikes. We don't get anything from the avionics? Why not? Tech. 270 days. Yeah, so pretty much like with the rocket, the launch pad will be done. And even the launch pad a bit before the rocket. I do wonder how much time penalty it'll be to fuel up the rocket just before launch. And avionics. 60. Boop. And the parachute, just a tiny bit. Two minor changes. I mean, the science experiments. Yeah, but we don't have the margins as is. I mean, really, most of the science experiments we can still do and that we removed were specifically because they only make sense in orbit. So even though we now spend more time in space, it doesn't change much about how we can get a lot out of it with any one launch. Early human spaceflight materials. And launch pad. This is exciting. And like, we have a bunch of money buffer. So now, let's fuel it up. I think we still need to accept a contract for this. Although I think the 3,000 kilometer downrange one we have active, which is kind of what we're shooting for at the moment. Isn't our launch pad done? Also, where's the... How do I get to the other KCT window? Wait, maybe here. Oh, probably because we installed the toolbar now and then KCT only goes here. Actually, we can fix that. Both. That's where the button went. Okay. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah. The reason we got this one was to see if there's Kerbalism windows there, but there isn't. Nope. Go away somewhere. Okay. I forgot what I wanted to... Oh, this button is what I searched. Jeez. No. No. Where's the build queue? I want... Am I... I guess maybe because we're in edit mode. Anyway. I completely forgot what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, wait, the launchpad thing. That was so weird. Therapy Unleashed. I mean, current launchpad. There we go. Now I think the rollout costs and stuff might also be more now. Oh, whoop. This button. Ah, contract. Now. Altitude sending rocket. Downrange, 335. We should have 600. So yeah. So this one and the 3000 ideally. Let's see where it goes. And then, I mean, so for our actual for an orbital launch, I guess we'll make a third stage with one of the tiny engines. And like we just need a bit more total delta V. And if we remove like the film camera and stuff, we can definitely do something. Then we might not be able to get much science into orbit, but if I can get us into orbit at all, I'm gonna count that as a win. I didn't really check much of like the TWRs everywhere and stuff, and the burn time for the second stage, and Jesus, I didn't check so many things here. This is a bad idea. But we have 600 sounding payload. Crew, downrange milestone. 140 up, I mean that's the 3000 uncrewed altitude, 500 uncrewed speed, 303 kilometers a second, and 360 downrange. So like if our first stage fires, we'll have more than easily the first part of this, or like this one contract. Okay. We're getting serious here. Like this is ICBM territory. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Now we didn't sim this, which is not a bad idea. Which also means gravity turn. Unsure. Oh yeah, I forgot about an important thing. Okay, we're gonna manually spin stabilize this. Jeez. Okay. I mean, I can still work with this. We're not lost. I just didn't plan things enough. We already got something. No. Oh, maybe we fulfilled a milestone somewhere here. Might have pitched over a bit too much / too early. not super horrible. Just not ideal. Even at this altitude, you still heat up so much. Oh wait, I think they're the ones that just can't handle much heat at all anyway. We might not need wings at all anymore now. I think, yeah, we'll remove them. Remove fins. Second stage. We wanted to do another thing. Oh yeah. Separatrons to spin up. Second stage. Although we can also do it manually, but I don't want to have to always remember it. But no, this is pretty good. It might not be 100% perfect, but it's pretty good. Okay, so, okay, yeah, we have a lot of spin control here. Let's spin up this much, maybe. And we have a successful ignition. Look at that. Look at that go. And now we're properly stabilized. I mean, we could have maybe spun up a bit more. But, like, as you can tell, this is pretty stable. It wobbles a bit, but that's fine. We're almost exactly prograde. And we have already about 5 kilometers a second surface velocity. Which is like, we are smashing these records. And there, look at that. Like, I'm pretty sure that's already like 3,000 kilometers downrange. And we're still burning for half a minute and... yeah. All the contracts. 3 kilometers a second. 4, 5. Yep. We are hauling. Oh man. It feels good that at least the overall plan is working out now. It took us a while to make it work with the reduced fuel consumption and everything. Yeah, that downrange contract we already have while we're even still burning. There. 1,500 kilometers apoapsis. We are going pretty far. Okay, we don't need so much displayed here. There. We are going a decent chunk around the Earth. We might even impact Africa or something. I don't know. We'll see. Ah, feels good. Have plans and a launch vehicle work out. And yeah, all the milestones are kicking in now. 800 kilometers. Yeah. Look at this beautiful Earth. Beautiful. Okay, the 2,000 we won't quite get. But like this, altitude 500 kilometers, 600, 700, and 10 centimeters. 800 kilometers and 10 centimeters. Yeah, that's a lot of money we just gained from all these milestones there. We can now basically afford the research and development upgrade. And where's downrange milestone? We haven't even finished that main mission, which will still give us a couple dozen thousand funds. Okay, running out of batteries, but that's also fine. I mean, now, okay, I missed the decoupling, whatever. It's not important. Like, we fulfilled all the contracts. And I would be surprised if this could survive re-entry either way. Like, we went from like 3 kilometers a second re-entry to over 6. Like, this is getting pretty brutal. It's not quite orbital velocity, but getting close to it. Yep, there. Things just burn up now. Yep. So no recovery anymore. But that was still 100% success. Perfect. which also means we are now very close to getting into orbit. Like, as you can see, like with how far across the Earth we traveled already. Okay. Exciting. Don't forget to hydrate. Oh yeah, look at that. The first satellite contracts come in. Okay, let's first look at these. They have no money rewards anymore. Downrange distance development. Interesting. Sounding rocket contracts still exist. I mean, so this is now easy. And then recover that sample. That's not easy. I mean, we could just cut off early, I guess. First artificial satellite versus first scientific satellite. Okay, we are having a lot of requirements here. Also, airflops is about above 1,500. Yeah, and this is just a basic stable orbit. The payout here is a lot higher. When you complete this, all sounding rocket contracts will no longer be available. Yup. Accepting this will automatically accept the first artificial satellite contract as well. So I guess here's the question. Will we just only go for orbital launches from here on? I mean, I guess we do. There's not a lot left here. The only question is crewed, but we need science to be able to launch crew at this point. So let's accept this, and then we'll also have all the funds. We can upgrade you. 25,000, I'll take that too. Tracking station, not something we need. Second build queue, we don't need at this point. Oh, it also increases build rate, 25%. Good to know. Okay, it's satellite time. It's satellite time. No, we've had... Oh, I didn't check the deadlines before. Okay, so we have 3 years deadline. That means we have like 3 launch attempts or something. Ooh, okay. Should have checked that before accepting, but it's fine. Now, to get into orbit, we'll need roughly like 9.5 kilometers vacuum delta V total. Oh yeah, one technology. I will, although I'm not sure if we'll need it necessarily, but I'll queue up the SRB tech, the first one, because it's just 1 science point. Like, that will not make a difference either way, and we get some small separation motors we can use either for separating stages or oh wow, we had no more technologies queued. Okay. But yeah, that'll be done in a couple or in a dozen days. Now, yeah, and we are reaching 4 hours streaming. Like, this is... We'll look into this. If we get quite to a launch attempt, we'll see. But we will try. Now, pretty much we just need, on top of this, a tiny probe core. we might as well make it a Sputnik. We will, and I guess we'll do a small liquid stage instead of a solid kick stage. What do we have here? Balloon. We could use a balloon tank for the final stage. Might make sense. Also, hang on. I'm gonna make you root. I am root. Oop. Yeah, not gonna carry that much science up there. That's for sure. So we might think about for the science satellite, I think we needed a Geiger? No, cosmic ray science. We need solar panels. Oh yeah, I need to really remember to look at our checklist for this launch, because this is getting serious now. So 1 watt. That's not much. I think we can 4.9 per minute. Just give me the watts, please. I mean, it's like 1/10. So this is like 100 watts. Really though, so much. 3.5 watts. I mean, I'm pretty sure 1 EC is 1 kilojoule, or like 1 EC per second is 1 kilowatt. Oh wait, this is like a procedural panel or something. Okay, yeah, this is pretty big as it is. That's not 0.1 of a kilogram of mass. Oh man, procedural solar panels. I'm excited. But for now, how much was this? So yeah, 3 watts. Doesn't tell us the mass. So it's 600 grams, 84 kilograms. We'll put 2 on there, so that we'll get coverage pretty much no matter how we're oriented. You should have an integrated antenna. Real antennas. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, UHF band. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, 20 watts if active, 2 watts if idle. Okay, that actually changes our solar panel requirement. We do want to transmit a bunch. But we're going to be rotating. I mean, if we're going to be rotating, then we just want to have a bunch. I mean, this is also starting to look very silly. How about if we just do this? On average, we'll get like kinda 3 panels worth of power. So we're like close to 10 watts, so we get like 50% transmission time or something. Which, I mean, it's not amazing, but like, we just want to get something into orbit. It doesn't need to be perfect and transmit all the science all the time. Okay. That's antenna power, definitely for comms, partially for transmitting. Now, a fuel tank. You will be the highest end we can do. Okay, we only have 1 type of balloon tank. Hang on, you're a steel... Wait, is that steel aluminum? We're just gonna check how this simple balloon tank fares against a high-end integral structure. Like here we are 6 kilograms, 5 kilograms, so you're marginally better. I'll take you. Okay, but utilization, but is also less than the balloon tank. Yeah, the balloon tank will likely win. Now, How much thrust? This one has 86.6 newtons. I mean, we might want more than just like 86. How about... Where are we in TWR land with this thruster? Also, this tank is way too big. You need a high pressure. I mean, yeah, we are... Wait. You're a balloon tank and you're not pressurized? What? Nitrogen, helium. Wait, we need to pay to unlock others we don't have. Hydrazine, we can go either H2P or nitrous oxide, unless we stick with... Okay, so we could do helium as well. But you can't carry helium. Okay. I mean, one of these would... But we'll probably have the same fuel issue, yeah. We need early docking procedures tech for these. I mean, this is... I think we're gonna spend just the 10,000 to unlock one of the other configs, but I do wanna know just how this ends up. 400, 200. Oops. No, you can keep those. I want the tank. Oop, that... Okay. You should... No? Oh, wait, yeah. You are high pressurized now. And now we can still not fill you. Do you not take helium? Oh, we might need... No, you take it. Why do you not... Ah, there we go. Just a bit buggy UI. Yeah, 10 meters a second. Yeah. Density, no, that's not. Let's not be that silly. And let us buy... Okay, let's first check density of nitrous oxide versus HTP. Maybe we should go solid kick stage after all. I guess I know now why that's generally the way to go. Nitrous oxide, we could get... Oh, I can't preview. It doesn't even tell me how much it consumes. But you should. Nitrous oxide... No? Propellants. But not for here. Damn it. I mean, let's try HTP. Nitrous oxide, I mean. Yeah, 300 a sec. Oh man, I mean, we have hundreds of meters a second now. That's progress. Also, let's check if the balloon tank takes it, because then we will also... Yup. I guess it doesn't. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll go with integrated structure then. I mean, we are only at 300 kilogram payloads. It's just big, but not very dense. This is gonna be very silly, isn't it? Core cylinder. Okay, maybe not that silly. Oh yeah, also gotta not just look at the delta V, but also the burn time. Okay, let's take a look at our second stage here. The 20 kilos, yes. Okay, no, we're gonna need a fairing for this though. Payload, maybe not quite as big. I think we're at 1250 radius here anyway. Yep. Okay. What's that decoupler setup? Jeez. I mean, we don't need that decoupler at all anymore, because we don't need to separate this from there, and actually we can yeet all these sounding payloads. We might at this point also have avionics in every stage for what's necessary, because that's 500 kilograms that we don't have to have on the second stage. So you actually, can we make you shape cone? We can save ourselves this structural part. It feels like a plan is coming together here. I hope I won't get disappointed very soon. Controllable mass, 60 tons were we? There we go. I think our staging is almost up now. No. Oh, okay. I don't. Oh, I guess the unleashed plans were. Oh, I guess I can access this here. The unleashed plans still had the fuel not topped up, because now look at that. Like, just even without this added third stage, we already are orbit capable. Like, we might not actually need a third stage here. Oh my god. Hang on. Okay, one thing we have not added yet, which will change the characteristics though, is avionics for the second stage. So let's add that. I mean, it should be pretty light. Like, not even 2 tons. Like 2 tons, near Earth, apply. Shrink you down, we don't need a ton of EC there. Ooh, exciting. You are 60 tons. Where are we even mass-wise? 53.6. So we have even 5 tons we could add in places. What's your burn time? 5 minutes 40 seconds. Why did we not make our first stage larger? Now it's already tooled. That'll be fine. Now, what was the science we were supposed to add? Because as it looks, we have some mass free. Cosmic ray science. So that's probably cosmic ray science. It says 1.5. I don't know what that means. Data size, data rate, duration. Space flow needs 0.36 per hour, so not a lot. Requires min eccentricity 0.04. Okay. and it's like it weighs basically nothing. So we can legit put that on there, and it literally just changes our delta V by like 1 meters per second. Okay. Must have electric charge after 1 day, but that's solved with our solar panels. Also, how much easy storage? We have a bunch. That's enough. Stable orbit for 1 day shouldn't be an issue. Apoapsis above 1500 kilometers will be an issue with our delta V budget, potentially, but that's still the science mission. If we don't get it 100%, that's fine. Our main thing is getting into orbit at all. We're just trying to do everything at once. No, you should give me some force. Decouplers enabled. The fairings. Hang on, we can get rid of the wings now, right? Oh, okay. So one issue we have now. Oh, we have RCS thrusters. Actually, that issue I was just gonna talk about might just have solved itself. So we can have these thrusters to control our orientation. Not just it'll not just allow us to keep orientation with our second stage when necessary, although like we can spin up a bit with the first stage anyway, but then we can use these thrusters to both help with the second stage and also spin up everything before we launch the final stage. The final stage doesn't have to have RCS thrusters on it, which would probably noticeably impact the delta V. Yeah, like that costs us 100 meters a second. If we just put them on here, it costs us 50. Literally, impact is halved if we just put them on here. Although we could potentially get away with like only 2 quads, or we could even try and fiddle with individual pods here. Hang on, that's 3 kilograms. Oh no, that's 1.9. No, let's just take 3 quads. That's fine. Now we need tiny, tiny fuel tanks on this stage. Can we maybe use... Ooh. I like these. Okay. How do we do this, though? I think we take a radial integral structure and utilization up. Do we need pressurization? Oops. For these, I'm not sure. I mean, I can't add. Why can I not add nitrous? Doesn't get suggested. Oh, because it's not on the stage, probably. So we want that, and then we want to scale them way the hell down. How much is that? 0 kilograms. Maybe we want a bit more than 0. 1 kilogram of nitrous oxide. It's really not very dense, is it? Can you? No. So it needs to be pressurized. Which makes sense if we're dealing with a gas here. Now, do we have to... Where are we at? 12 kilograms at this point. I have no idea how much we'll need. You burn... Oh, you only burn 8 per second max. And unit-wise, we have 3,000. Yep, no. Come on, update. 390. This might actually be fine. How much delta V does this cost us? 9692. Almost nothing. That's good. There, a bit more. Now they'll be attached to this fairing base, so they will be left behind, but can feed these, I think. Actually, with an able cross feed off, they might not be able to. So we'll have to check if those thrusters work. Okay, so we can spin up our final stage. We can also orient it first. We can control our second stage. We have avionics. We have avionics of this one. This last one does only have a science core, but that's fine. I think we're about ready to try an orbital launch. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to check was the burn time of this engine. Okay, 20 minutes. So we can dramatically stretch our second stage here as well if we want to. I do wonder what happens if I just add another of the tanks. Just... Okay, I have to remove you to get you. And we're at 10.3 kilometers a second. Our first stage has a lift of TWR of 1.38. Our second stage has a TWR over 1 still. We might not even propulsion on the final stage. Or we can even add RC... Oh no, no RCS on the final. We couldn't use it. Because we don't have the avionics for it. But like this might actually work. Let's get into orbit, shall we? Or let's do a simulation for if we can get into orbit. Okay. But first, yeah, we need to fix our staging, and otherwise I'm gonna have a quick look over the checklist. Okay, but first, the main staging. RD108 series. I think we also unlocked other engine configs, so we can consider buying a new one there. We have 941 315. This is just marginally better. So I won't do that at this point. Some of these are noticeably better, but also noticeably later. I don't know if it'll make sense at all to upgrade this. Also, let make you go away. Just declutter this here. Film camera. We're not recovering anything here. Another engine somewhere, but it doesn't matter. So, main engine, decouple. Then we hot stage. Then we separate, which is also where RCS will be activated. Probably during second stage we'll stage the fairings, and after that the final stage after we spun up. Oh, no, hey, what did you even do? I was typing. Eesh. I mean, time to simulate. Oh no, we have a problem. This is past the deadline, so we will have to dump a whole lot of money into build points to build this faster. Oh wait, tooling. Tooling will also help. Now, procedural fairings. kind of want to... Okay, first we can go a bit in there. Second, maybe I'll... Yeah, we literally gain dV, delta V, by making this one small. What if we just heat all this propulsion nonsense and just make it... put the Sputnik core on this stage? Yeah. If we do this... and... Oh god, I'm getting confused. No, if we basically just do this, then we have 10.5 kilometers a second. Yeah. I mean, I guess we still need a bit of a fairing, but we can dump this silliness and that will help both with cost and build time. Now our fairing will also be very much smaller. 2 fairing nodes, yes. Egg. Delta. Jupiter. Ooh, what's that? I mean, that's very conic egg. I don't know. I feel like this makes the most sense. The textures, because we have 2 separate tanks now, look a bit silly. Ooh. You know what we can do now? Okay, I guess that doesn't quite line up. Give me 15 degrees rotation. I don't think that... That looks cool. Okay. Now if you're here, then you're 2, 3, near the center of mass. How much do you weigh again? How much delta V do you cost us? That's 20 meters a second. Oh, let's put on a few more. Or can we put them inside here? I'm not sure. Decoupler. I don't think we want this decoupler enabled. I think that means detaching the probe core from there. But because you will have your staging here. We have those tanks, we have avionics. We should probably check our mass. I mean, this is not perfect, but we're like at 3 tons. Oh yeah, 2. That'll cost us almost 100 meters a second delta V. But wait, no, that was with fairings and stuff. Let's do this properly. No need. I know, but we are about 3 tons, yeah. Nope, that's... Oh god. I forgot about this silliness. Well, that's one reason not to use this second stage engine. Because it is very silly using on a rocket. We're still over 10 kilometers a second, which means we have like 600 meters a second over orbital velocity, like very roughly. If that pushes us above 1500 kilometers altitude, I don't know. I kind of want to say probably not. Wait. No, they are exactly the same. I mean, those mixtures should be fine. But let's just... Yup, nothing changed. Tooling, right. Yeah, for the avionics... easy choice, because we immediately save the money. Also, so many options. But we probably don't have to mess with any of that. Yeah, especially not for the first stage. Oh wait, we can purchase even better avionics. Tooling should be cheap at least, yeah. Which should help our mass fractions and stuff. So... hang on, what? Did that increase? That decreased our delta V. Oh, but maybe because it's now just physically too big. Yeah, now we have gained 100 meters a second delta V. Okay. Where are we at price-wise for you? 2,000... Untooled tooling cost. Again, literally less than... Okay, also, yeah, our build time. The avionics. Untooled avionics. Never fly without untooled avionics. That was the main culprit for those building times. Now, I kind of want to make it a little bit taller and then tool it. No, wait, hang on. It costs like... They cost 100 untooled. We don't need to tool these at all. Yeah, no, not gonna spend 1,000 on that. Procedural fairing stringers twice. Oh yeah, because we are flying 2 of them here. I mean, you will be more useful. Why do you not have a tooling button? I don't want to tool everything, I just want to tool this fairing. But I don't see tool. Well, if we remove all of that. Oh man, this is silly. This is very silly now. I mean, I can save you. Delete all of that. Set you as root. Remove all of that. Wait, I can't tool you anymore? Wait, the stringers are the side things. So I can't tool the base? Okay, so then that's just... Yeah, those Fahrenheit. Okay. Okay, you're pretty cheap anyway. You cost 57. Okay, you cost 600 though. The conical fairings are expensive. Eesh. Also you... Oh, decouplers make fairings expensive. I love that because that makes a lot of sense. Oh dear, we need you to decouple for sure. Okay, well, 600. I mean, that's 1,200, so after 4 launches, it's worth it, so we need to tool them. But also, if we do tool them, I will make it a bit bigger. Is that even the right? Nope. Or do you do that here? Yep. So make it a bit bigger. Doesn't make much of a difference there. How about for mass? Yeah, it costs us a couple meters a second delta V. But it means we'll have more space for payloads later. And I'm just gonna tool that now. Tooling. Now, what else do we have? Okay, yeah, these tanks. Modular tank, radio. We'll just tool both of these. I mean, also like 100, 900 after 9 launches. We'll tool everything. It'll also push our build time nicely down. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go buy a couple build points, and I guess... Okay, save edits. We're editing something here. Unlock 6 parts for 46. What's so expensive? Sputnik? No, 250. The RCS? No, they're cheap. What else? Geiger-Miller counter. Solar panel, maybe? Geiger-Miller counter is 1,000. Solar panel 1,600. I'm still not seeing the super expensive stuff. I mean, is it the modular tank radio? Or the fairing base ring? Oh yeah, no, though that tank is expensive. I mean, it doesn't have to be a sphere. It's kinda nice if it's a sphere. I like the look of it, but we can do with integral. Okay, no, but we do want the regular integral structure procedural tanks, and they probably get unlocked together. So we definitely want those. So I guess we unlock them, and now... Yeah. And... where are we? I'm looking for... this. We don't need the V2 there. And... oh wait, simulate. We haven't simulated it yet. We should do that before we like start building our orbital rocket. Okay, so we make one simulation. If that works out, or like if it's not a lot of problems, we'll do the first orbital launch and then we'll stop there for today. Jeez. I mean, as bad as the beginning of the stream was, and how much went wrong, orbit is a nice milestone to achieve. Especially if we actually go from, like, our only launch so far beyond like 1,000 kilometer downrange was earlier, and then immediately to orbit, and with also doing the satellite contract on top, the science satellite. Actually, we're going to orbit, so we're... Jeez, MacChap, ascent guidance. Help me... Where is it? Ascent stats? Ascent guidance. RSS or... Oh, I should... Okay, that was a mistake. Should have thought of that before. Also didn't even go over my checklist yet. Oh yeah, contracts, payload, orbit, mission time, payload, GNC, avionics, RCS with fuel, science, engines, tanks, should be pressurized. I think we did that. Okay, but first. You, hello. Now what are we launching into? Periapsis 200 is fine. Do it if you can. I mean, it sounds like I can do it. We'll see. Boost the pitch. Start. I mean, you can't do that. Require auto stage. Can you auto stage yourself? Yes, you can. Wait, but you need to be there. Okay. Hot staging. I don't think we're hot staging here. Hang on, this is a bit backwards now. Hot staging. 1 second, yes. Orbit current. Primer vector guidance. Okay. Let's go. Autopilot configured. Let's watch it fly. Also, let's see if MechJet can handle this. This rocket and the orbit. Okay, no, we will have to do this manually. Although, do we? With the RCS control in the second stage? Oh yeah, we only have 2 stages. We don't have any of the spin up before we do the final stage anymore. Yeah, no. RCS enabled. We can totally do this. Also forgot to check aerodynamics, but I mean we still have our nice big fins in our bottom stage. The main problem I foresee is attitude control of second stage, because we do that with RCS now. And we have that awkward engine with not perfect center of thrust, so that will be throwing us off. Okay, what does MechJet say? Oh, pitching over quite a bit there. I guess we have a high TW. What is our... Oh no, it looked like the engine was like way offset from the center, but no, we're fine. So we had some losses there. Maybe we need to tweak how fast it turns over or how early it starts. Why not both? For next time. Okay. No, this is looking promising. Oh god. How? I guess the center of mass is that off. Maybe we will do spin stabilization after all. But yeah, basically we just need to stabilize. Yeah, if we are 2 stage. I mean, do we even really need the RCS then? If we're oriented properly anyway, thanks to MacChat keeping us nice and stable, we can remove all of that. And we should just be good. We do need to spin up. I don't think MacChat can do that. I mean, we can disengage. No, but if we disengage the autopilot, it'll kill the throttle of the engine. I mean, we don't need to hot stage. Okay. But, oh jeez. This just got a lot more complicated. Can you disable MacChat killing the throttle if you disable it? I feel like there's an option somewhere. Settings. Module disabling does not kill throttle. Thank you. Oh, I don't know what I just clicked. Anyway, we need ascent guidance. Oh, I think I just reset all options or something like that. Yeah, restore factory default settings. Jeez. Well, primer vector guidance. 200, 1600, current inclination. You can start early if you want. QA limit might actually be fixed coast length. Show ascent navpro guidance. Sounds fancy. Limit, no. Auto stage, post stage fairings. We can also tell it to stop at stage. Support hot staging, but we don't hot stage. We do this, and we might, I don't know yet when in the flight we do the fairings. Let's put it after. Okay. So now we can disengage it and it won't kill the throttle. How's our ignition chance? Only 82%. It's not great. Oh wow, we are way off from the pitch it wants to fly at. But I don't... I guess you can have that. Jeez. I mean, we are high TWR, I guess. But this seems a bit... I mean, yeah, in the first launch we did have the issue that it was like it pitched over massively once we left the atmosphere to compensate for our trajectory. But we're close to ideal now. I think this trajectory about works. this frame of reference is basically our orbital velocity. Okay, we need to manually... Okay, we have some control here. So we can't just actually just keep E pressed to spin up. And, oh, actually... give me delta V stats. We're 10 seconds away. Jeez. I'll spin up 5 seconds ahead. Okay, but I don't think that's gonna work. We are still below 100 kilometers even. That's no good. This engine is the death of me. If we had it just nice, centered thrust. Like if it's a little bit off, you can compensate with RCS anyway. But like this... I mean, we have the delta V. All that's left is... Also, I'm not sure if it would even be a good idea to time warp this thing. No, it wouldn't. Okay. I think we need to look into a different second stage engine. Maybe we'll just get the Gamma after all. It's 100 kilos heavier, which is not great. But I also don't know what its specific impulse is. But yeah, to get this stable, like even with the spin, it didn't keep stable. I mean, we can also try fine adjusting the offset thrust a bit more. But honestly, or we can just go with these now. 3/16 seconds ISP. Actually intended as upper stage engine. Where's the... There's a Gamma 2. Only has 267 seconds ISP. And reliability 89%. How are we here? Might not be as reliable. Yeah, 80% starting out. Well, that wouldn't be great. But it has great performance. So it's like gambling again. I mean, I kind of wanted... How about that config 1960 orbital rocketry? So we could get that soonish. Yeah, you'd be basically twice as reliable, but heavier and less efficient, but also more thrust. But thrust is not our problem here. Okay. It would also, like, we have all these Vernier engines on here. I mean, I guess we can leave it like this. So it has gimbal, it can control itself. And the fuel might even be denser. Kerosene box. Ba-doo. Look at that. I mean, it's... Yeah, because it's denser, we probably... No, wait, we're not even at our mass limit. I think we had a... Yeah, 3-ton upper stage. So we're even lighter now, but have better performance. We might... Can we just take a third one? Why did our... Oh. Look at that. What's your burn time? It should be way higher. Yep. We're at a fraction of the burn time. Now, our main issue now is the fairing. Jeez, you are one big engine. I mean, this kind of looks like it's supposed to be like this. Almost. And then we could just say, let those little things stick out. Honestly, for the sake of working on a time pressure and wanting to end the stream, because this has a good chance of actually working, unless there's like an ignition failure, but we have control. The avionics... oh, we didn't scale up the avionics actually, because I think we got a bit above mass here. Yeah, 3.4. So let's make 4. Also for bigger payloads in the future and everything. I hope the tooling won't be too much. But like if you have similar things already, the tooling isn't that expensive. Okay. Higher. Actually, we don't need... Okay, 1, 2... 1, 2... Oh no. Okay. And we might need to tool you again for basically nothing. No, this is a launch vehicle. Over 11 kilometers a second. So the science mission is easy. We could even pack additional science. I don't think you fit even in the fairing. That's awkward. Maybe like this. I don't know how you extend. Okay, that's fine. Do you fit? Yes. Perfect. I think you were also very long term. Let's throw you in there. And 2 hours, yep. Biosamples will require returning. Okay. We're pretty much balanced. Make me proud. Time warping out of control flight sounds like a fun idea. Yep. Also no idea how long ago you posted that, but oh jeez. Yeah, it is getting late. So this is the time where if this requires more tweaking, like beyond just like fixing a staging or something simple like that, we're gonna leave it. But if this works or only requires minor tweaking, we will do the proper launch. Now, I don't think we need to change much of these settings here. We could go a bit in a bit higher periapsis orbit. That'll just make it easier for the guidance and for our trajectory. And the rest should be fine. Engage. Throttle up. And go. IRL time warping. Nice. I do believe I've watched the chat occasionally, but yeah. Ah, that plume though. We should also really move the engine further into the body of the rocket. This sticking out so far is silly. And T-tab. T-tab is an igniter that's even used in a lot of modern rockets today. It's triethyl aluminum triethyl borane. I would be very surprised if the game, even with all these beautiful mods, simulates it, but in real life you can often tell it's being used by a green flame. Specifically then in contrast with like a flame like this one that's more reddish, if you see like a green flash and then the engine starts burning. Yeah, that green flash is probably T-tab. You can see it on like SpaceX's rockets, like Falcon 9. You can see it both, assuming the light conditions are right, on ignition of the booster on the pad, or also the ignition of the second stage. Okay, we're still pitched pretty high up here, but it's according to the plan of MacJab, so it must be good. It'll be funny if we can just manage this first orbit here and with the science payload and have like hundreds of delta V, hundreds of meters per second delta V left over, which at this point will likely happen. Probably not a kilometer per second, although maybe actually close to it. Oh wow, 10 Gs of acceleration, even with our now much upsized second stage. Oh, we forgot to fix the staging. But I think we're out enough of the atmosphere that it's fine. And we're still under control, I hope. I think we will get a warning if we were not. I just wanted to check something, and I can't remember what. Ah, I remember. Can't find the icon. Oh well. At this point, with our very in-control rocket in space, we can actually time warp. Oh yeah, we're pitching down to make the 250 apoapsis happen, periapsis. But yeah, it's fine. We have an over-designed launch vehicle, over-engineered. We're getting close to orbit. Okay, let's throttle back the time warp. We are in orbit. And now we have our 250 by 1600 kilometer orbit, and we actually have 1000. Wait, which one do I believe now? The game or MacJab? Maybe MacJab, but like 1200 meters a second delta V. So the only thing left now, shit. So our orientation is garbage for like getting power from the solar panels. We get some. So we won't be completely dead in space here. Start. And we need to fix the action groups. That's something we can also do. Fix action groups. Consider day of time of launch, because we are like pretty much here. So we want to launch basically when we are either here or either here or here, basically perpendicular to Terminator, I think it's called, and then our solar panels will be, and our rocket will be like this, and then perpendicular to the sun and get the most power. So that's something to note for the launch itself. Action groups for the science. The science is running. Yeah, we can do this. We can totally do this. Let's time warp a bit ahead, like a couple days or something. Yeah, so our power is not looking great. That's because probably we're also transmitting all the time. Or is it? Yeah, we get barely any power. Oh wait, exposure, where? Okay, yeah, no. Nowhere, just our exposure is garbage. Oh right, with persistent rotation, our rocket will actually slowly rotate. And so if we're not great, not very well aligned. But either way, uncrewed speed record, first artificial satellite. What do we need for the science contract? I think it's just a couple days. Must have electric charge after 1 day. I guess we failed that. So we just need to stop transmitting science. Can I just tell it to stop transmitting? Or tell you to stop running? Because you consume electricity, and you probably do too. Oh God. Where can I disable transmitting science? Maybe we just need to slap a couple more solar panels on it too, like... flight. Some more solar panels. I don't think we need more storage, but just more panels. Okay, so fix action groups. What did I mean by that? Probably the science. Oh, and so okay, well, you start to stop. Yep, there we go. So that's action groups. Next is power. I think that was 8. So let's make it 20. Costs us 50 meters a second delta V, but yeah. And days elapsed. Yeah, even after 60 days we'd still have 80% efficiency. Okay. More solar panels. Action groups considered day of time when launching. Yeah, I guess we still do that. Okay, I think we just build it now and launch it. And if this fails, then tomorrow, probably. The engine and the science, yep. But also, let's build another one. Oof, okay. We can do this. Orbit today. Orbit today. See, the secret hack to fulfilling your promises in the video titles is to just play long enough until you get it right. Okay, yeah, I think you can just get scrapped. I don't even remember what you were exactly. And now we can still buy a few points at least. So that our time, like I want to get 3 launches in before the deadline. And the deadline is 948 days. So we need 315 days or lower build time. There we go. Overkill, but no kill like overkill. Solid rocket engines. Also nice. Mission control. Can we maybe even take another contract? That would be cool. Okay, payload though, sounding rocket payload, which we're not carrying. So no. Actually, first solar powered satellite. Perhaps of 300 kilometers. Resource at least 100. We can do this. But also we get only one chance basically. If we fail this contract, boom. And polar, I mean we could do polar too. First satellite, polar satellite. It will mean different launch trajectory, but again we have a ton of delta V to compensate. I want to do a first polar launch. This is very silly. Evening Ouroboros system. You're just in time for our first orbital launch attempt. And not just an orbital launch, but also a polar launch as our first orbital launch attempt. Okay, now we were saying launching perpendicular to the Terminator. Yes, go away. We are here. Okay, so we should wait basically until it's midnight or 6 hours from here, so until 4 in the morning, which is actually, we will fast forward until our local time now, which is 3:28. Yeah, we'll also see, like we did one simulation that was successful, but yeah, we're streaming for over 4 hours at this point, and today has not been going that great. The camera is... Okay, so local time. Well, it'll take some luck. By now it's probably 3:29, so let's go to 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's go 8 because we'll take a bit to set up the ascent profile. Since we are doing a polar launch now, also got to check the periapsis required for this, although I think the solar one was that wanted 300 kilometer periapsis. Or 250 is probably fine here. Honestly, like if I could have, I would have just taken all the contracts because the solar one, I think without over provisioning with solar panels and also specifically just not going to do all the science at first. Our rocket is tilted over a bit. What's up with that? Well, I hope it's fine. Okay, so let's say 325, 1600, inclination straight 90, and the rest should be fine. Okay, so not exactly our local time here, but I think we're good to go. One deep breath. Engage autopilot. Engage RCS. No, wait, we don't even have it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. And off we go. Yeah, something's wonky there, maybe with the launch clamp or something. Roll program. Oh, I love it. And pitching over. So this is no simulation anymore. This is a real orbital launch attempt. We have a, I think, 20% failure chance just from the second stage engine igniting or not. Right now it says ignition chance 13.59, but it should get better once we're out of the atmosphere. I hope so. Yeah, ignition penalty for Q, so aerodynamic pressure. It's massive right now. Over a minute burn time left in our first stage, so a lot of time to get higher up in the atmosphere. Or maybe we were just incredibly lucky in the simulation. Like, we did one simulation with this engine and it ignited. Okay, 50 seconds. And we're starting to get into less dense atmosphere here for sure. Dynamic pressure 4000 kilopascal, and there our ignition chance is rising. 30 seconds. I mean, it's kind of close, but it works out perfectly. And now we're at no penalty of dynamic pressure, and it was like 15 seconds before staging, so perfect. 90.63% ignition chance. Let's go. Yes! I mean, we haven't won quite yet, but ignition is one of the most critical aspects. Like, what's the MTBF? And fairings are jettisoned. What's the MTBF here? 33 minutes. And we only burn for like 3 minutes total. So like a tenth of the MTBF time, which means there's a pretty good chance it'll go well. Not guaranteed, of course. Rocket looks so pretty in the darkness. I'm glad you like it. I was more worried that it just looks garbage, but the plume at least is so pretty. I love this engine plume mod. Just, oh, yes. Also the 4 little vernier engines for attitude control. Okay. Where can I get some orbit stats here? Yeah, we haven't set up Kerbal Engineer yet. I can put that on our list of things to do. In the meantime, before the next stream. 1.5 minutes left. Yeah, the plume really is gorgeous. Reminds me then a bit of real-life launches when a rocket launches just after sunset or before sunrise, so the Earth is in darkness, but then once the rocket launches and it reaches a certain point, then it starts getting illuminated by the sun, and it's an incredible view. Now let's look at the map here, because we are getting close to an orbital trajectory here. And right over the pole. Seven kilometers per second, approaching orbital velocity. We are seconds away from reaching orbit. And we're in orbit already. So already mission success. And periapsis over 300, check. Apoapsis 1600, check. We are in exactly the orbit we wanted to be. Now, we still have not fulfilled the contracts we came here for, but already orbit. Amazing. Now, let's check our contracts. First, artificial satellite. Stable orbit for 2 minutes. So in 1.5 minutes, that will fulfill and we will get that contract completion. Next. Stable orbit for 1 day and then transmit cosmic ray science. Now, let's wait. Come on, circle. Thank you. Here's our ellipse. So we did launch specifically in a bit of an elliptical orbit for contract requirements. So we did both the contracts for a first satellite altogether and then a science satellite with cosmic ray science attached, which wanted to be in an elliptical orbit with its highest point 1500 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Okay, so here we have some sunlight. Let's check our electricals. We're still using up electric charge. I do not like to see that. Did we miscalculate somehow? What did we do wrong? Also, where are avionics? Telemetry is stopped. What's eating all the power? Oh. No, wait, but active is 20 watts. You shouldn't be active too much. Okay, so we might need a whole lot more solar panels for craft must have electric charge after 1 day. But we're using up 100 watts. So yeah, this is not gonna last a day. Damn. I guess you can't hibernate? This is not running. None of the experiments are running. Yeah, I guess the antenna, the 20 watts there, we didn't properly plan for that. We thought it would not always be active, but we were thinking for like redundant comms or something. Okay, well, That takes barely any power. So we can just run the experiments anyway. You might get a little bit. Okay, that takes a little bit of power, like 10 watts or something. But maybe we'll get a little bit of science out of it. And we did get the first orbit contract. So for the next, there, not just, so here, first artificial satellite, 140K, and the first polar satellite. So we did 2 contracts. We tried to do 3 at once with our orbital launch. We did 2 of them. That's still a huge mission success. We can fast forward a little bit and let's see if we get some science. But oh yeah, we are getting some science from it. So we will still get science even though we won't fulfill the contract here necessarily. Oh yeah, we are getting science for sure. Okay. This is a very good point to stop there for today. We have a lot of things we need to do. Get more solar. A lot more. It's literally what I just wrote. And yeah, then we'll do more orbital science. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. And yeah, we might even stream again tomorrow. We'll see. Oh, I'm just noticing we had 49 meters a second left. Oh no, that's because of boil-off. So we had more than that. It wasn't that close. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hope you had fun, and we'll see you around. Bye.